quick sound check. And good morning, of course. Ken and Alibi. Ken, you should be looking at a beautiful Scottish morning. For some reason the HDMI didn't fire up immediately. Thanks Ken, we're on. How are we doing on sound? Good morning Janelle. Oh, I'm just going to cut to the next arrival. Apologise, the sun is a bit sharp. We'll open the show properly in a minute, but let's get some action on. So I have no waking clue what this is, but I'm guessing that you early birds do. I always think it's about getting things clipped in and fired up. I'll keep the camera as low as I can on account of that pretty good sunshine. So, first plane of the day. I'm just going to bring the camera back, rest it on the tower for a second. I think British Airways are off to presumably Heathrow. Thank you Ken, thanks for confirmation. Let's make some adjustments at this end. Andy Taylor, good morning to you. Tell you what, we'll open the show properly once we've caught this British Airways Heathrow departure. Seems rude not to wave them off. Nice and early. Bit like yours truly. In fact, a bit like everybody in the chat, to be honest. Right, I can see another British Airways lined up, so I suppose. Or are they doing a runway check? I think they could be doing a runway check. Thanks Ken, that was the first one out, was London Heathrow, so I'm guessing this is probably London City, although I'm squinting so can't quite get registered. Thanks Ken, good to know we've hit the straps running first things up. It is lovely here though. Although when I looked at the Met Office forecast last night, it said we'd be opening up at about -4. When I pulled up, -1.5. And I'll take that. Is that what it's like where you are, Alibi? Good morning, El Zorro. Welcome to the show, buddy. Yeah, the lighting's great. Perhaps a little too great at this exact minute, but I'll take that. good and early. Right, I can see a bit of activity, so let's quickly open the show up properly. So let's just see how this works out. There we go. So good morning everybody, hope you're all well. Congratulations to Ken Alloway and Mrs Alloway, 37th wedding anniversary today. So I understand Ken has naturally got all kinds of great things happening today, so I'm grateful that you're in the chat at all, Ken, so thanks mate. Alibi, thank you so much for being here. El Zorro, we've said hello. Paul Usher, good morning. Janelle, I've said good morning. I think we're all good morninged up, aren't we? So if I quickly peek over my shoulder. So we've got a decent range of action today. I think when I reckoned it up, let's have a quick look, 93 movements all told, 50 arrivals, 43 departures. We haven't got Lufthansa today. Apparently there's some significant industrial action in Germany. But hey-ho, plenty to go around. We have United 757 in shortly before 8. We've got the Delta 767 amongst various things. Plenty of turboprop action, including the Saab 340. I think we'll go back to the action now, but just good morning everybody. Now you can make this a matter of record, but this is the first show of 2023 that I've worn sun cream. It's not the regular thick kind of stuff that you might put on holiday poolside. It's something that Mrs. Plain Sailing Aviation has picked up from somewhere. Factor 50, but it's quite light. So I shouldn't go home looking like a Swan Vesta. Squint around. I reckon the odds of a telescope today are going to be pretty short, team. Jerry Donnelly, good welcome my friend. It's too early for me. PDX. Either which way, welcome to the show. Welcome one and all. So to complete the introductions, I'm Mark from Plain Sailing Aviation. So if you've not met me before, it's great to meet you. Thanks for choosing to spend time with us on Monday morning. I think it's our first Monday morning show from Edinburgh, so something slightly different. We tend to come on a Sunday as a rule. So a pleasure to bring you the show. Now let's see what else is on my horizon. I can see somebody taxiing out. It looks like a Jet 2 to somewhere. So if I move the camera without dazzling you significantly. Oh, quick bit of news. For those people who were on the last show, I'll just pan the foreground. Alibi put the fear of God into me with the idea I might find some JCBs here. They've clearly moved on. So the JCB Watch show, which would have immediately followed today's broadcast, I'll have to do that another day. Some holes being dug someplace else. Here's our Jet 2. Jerry, Portland, Oregon. Fantastic. Is it your first time with us? Either which way, thank you for joining us. What time of day is it there? So in terms of wind, negligible. 2, 3, 4 mile an hour, gusts of not much, if anything. Basically a westerly. Well, I think it might be transitioning in the second half of the day, but by then we'll have moved on. Next out is the Jet 2 we're looking at, 737 to Alicante. Thank you, Ken Alloway. Janelle's getting to it, breakfast and starting the housework. Back to the chat later. Jan, it'll be lovely to see you. Stuff's got to get done, hasn't it? And you can't do it without breakfast. Or, particularly accurately, I can't do anything without breakfast. Alicante, lovely place. Good train in the background. Bit heavier. Crikey, Jerry, 23:40. My, that is late. I'd tend to be on my third dream by then, mate. I really would. Mind you, I'm grateful you're here with us. So let's have a quick scan ski. I think the first Logan Air arrival of the day, around 8:07, is supposed to be a Saab 340. So if that's correct, we would have some early turboprop action. Although I don't see it now showing on flight radar. So maybe I've oversold on that. So having a quick look down the card. In fact, ignore what I've just said. For some reason my screen's defaulted to Newcastle, which is of course our home base. Hilarious. So our United 757-200 should be in at 3 minutes past 8, so 15 minutes ish away. We've got an EasyJet from London Gatwick due in at 8 o'clock. I'm still showing scheduled only on that, so I assume that's correct. A couple of ATRs imminent, one from Dublin, one from Belfast, both operated by Aer Lingus. And the Wizz 320 came in mega early, should have been at 10 to 8, was in at 7:16. Fancy that. So quick tally up says Aer Lingus Belfast flight should be the next thing we see. It's currently over the Firth of Forth, operating runway 24 today. So planes arriving over the Firth of Forth and take off towards Newbridge Village and in the generalish direction of Ken Alloway. So we'll stand by on that. Yeah, old Zorro 737 did kick out a nice vibe to it. It's nice when you get the sound in that spot. And in the meantime, I can see something that looks like an ATR about to go. Remiss of me, I hadn't looked at the flight radar departures. Story of my life. Looking in all the wrong places. off into the blue. So we are in the turbo prop phase of the show, with Aer Lingus in shortly. Just register on the tower for the moment. So our folks are doing in the chat. Paul Nichols, good morning to you, sir. Yeah, the views are fantastic. What you'll see on screen at the minute will be the Pentland Hills. I don't know how well you know Edinburgh Airport. And at the back of me you have, in fact there's time enough to pan, but I'll avoid dazzling you, the very scenic River Almond and our very handy radio tower there, which hopefully will play fair with us today in terms of signal. Certainly be appreciated. So I'm just going to leave the camera resting to the far end of the airfield towards Turnhouse, in Turnhouse Village in the Firth. Do you know, Kent, I have no clue where that ATR was going. Loganair still haven't responded to my query about the transponding issue and the inconsistencies. I think I said on a couple of broadcasts ago, they didn't respond to my tweet, so I went down their customer service route. A very nice lady called Julie said that she'd move it on to the right place. Probably do a chase up actually, because it really does jump out as different, doesn't it? So there we go. It's like some great big buzzard at the minute, doesn't it? I won't chase it at this point. Oh, cool, Jerry Donnelly. After flight pub for the cruise. Brilliant. Well, hi to everybody that's with Jerry. A real good morning from the UK, Edinburgh. Hope you've all had a good day. And as always, if you like what you see, please do hit the like button and consider subscribing. It's all entirely free, but I think everybody knows it really helps for YouTube, and the more supportive we are, the easier it is to bring more shows, so please do give consideration. So here we are, Belfast, shortly to go wheels down. You can't beat an after-day debrief in the pub, can you? Used to do it myself when I used to do shifts, although I wasn't working in the aviation industry. But we'd knock off on a Friday on late and be straight down the pub till any o'clock. It's very crisp, you're exactly right, mate. It's crisper than a bag of cheese and onion. Good morning to you, my friend. So we're now up to 3 mods on the show. Dopey Gorp, who's just joined, or more recently joined, Ken Alloway and Alibi 58. So thank you all. Always a special shout out to the mods. Show's not a show without its mods, and the team on this show, top drawer. Cameraman's a bit ordinary, but mod team, top drawer. Love that sound. That brought me out. I thought it was going to turn in. Well, somebody's on approach. I suppose we better go to the incoming action. I bought a peak cap with me. Oh, 2 in shot there. 2 for the price of 1. This rather looks like this could be, let's have a think. We had a bizjet coming in, didn't we, around 8 o'clock-ish. A VistaJet Malta, if it's the one I'm thinking of. Can't remember the type off the top of my head. So folks got dazzled there. Might be going from Nels Hat to a peak cap very soon. Robin Harrison, good morning to you, sir. A cloudy Morecambe. We have my considerations and commiserations. Thanks, Alibi, for confirming that was a Bombardier Global 6000. That important fact hadn't wedged in my head when I was just checking through the listings this morning. I just got excited because it was on the roster. As I've said on record, I do love my bizjets. Not that I've ever sat in one. Catches the sun a treat. So we have a Ryanair 737 just awaiting permission to line up. Somebody's on approach. Sorry folks, that's me having a quick look at flight radar. Incoming Dublin flight, I believe. It's probably been shouted in the chat. See you soon, doping up! Jerry, yes, they had the A380 in at Glasgow yesterday. Sadly not at Edinburgh. But yeah, it came to much acclaim yesterday. It's good to see it back in town. Right, I better cut away to our incoming. Oops, sorry folks, I just kicked the tripod. So, incoming Boeing 737. Right, let's find some action. Glickers, good evening in Christchurch, New Zealand. I have a hunch it's a fairly late in the evening time for you, but thanks for joining us, my friend. Pleasure to have you with us. Bear with me, folks, I'm just catching up with the chat in case there's anybody else I've failed to say good morning to. So for folks who've missed the intro, I'm Mark anyway, your host with Plain Sailing Aviation, here through till around 1:30. I have a hunch there is a Delta departure at 13:35 or thereabouts, so it seems rude to leave without catching that. So grateful that you've chosen to spend time with us today, really appreciate it. Plenty of action. So one Dublin flight in and one out. Okay, United on their way in next. So our first pencil of the show. But there'll only be two because it'll be in and out. Always a pleasure. Really do like the 757. Just so graceful. Incoming from JFK.
Jerry Donnelly, I've just seen your super chat, my friend. Thank you so much.
Really appreciated. Thank you so much. Don't know what to say. Regulars will know I'm always touched when people show generosity towards the show. Everything we make goes straight back onto other shows. So thank you, Jerry. And hopefully you'll join us on future broadcasts. Not that you have to give me $10 every time. But no, thank you, mate. And doesn't that cast a lovely sight? We'll stay with this for a bit. We're not top heavy with heavies here, so let's have a piece of this. So I know there's a qualified argument whether some people consider the 7.5 a heavy or not. Certainly to watch, I consider it an object of art. Quite like the ones that have the Her Art livery. It's Her Art New York and Her Art California. I think we've caught them both here previously. Both very easy on the eye. So this particular aircraft went into United Colours in 1st of October 2010. Previously having been with Continental Airlines. The merger between the two is what created that particular change in livery. So you call this plane something of a veteran. And of course, in terms of transatlantic action, we have Delta with us a little bit later in the morning. The exact time escapes me. Oh my lord, the pub's closing, Jerry. I've just spotted your post. Well, you know what they say, mate. There's always another day. Don't tell me, Simon Kirby, I miscalled the destination this plane came from. Oh, improvising. Tell you what, talking of improvising, I think peak cap is going to be next move. I can see something on finals. I assume that's a bit of a punt. I'm going to say Aer Lingus ATR from Dublin. Thank you, Ali Bye. I've just managed to drop my eyes down onto the chat. Simon Kirby, I'm going to disagree with you slightly about young 757s. They're younger than me. Although there's no need to say how many other things might be younger than me too. It's going to transition to my cap, folks. Just bear with me. There we go. It's interesting when you talk about the age of aircraft, isn't it? About, as a passenger, bird patrol in the background, folks. Probably work that out. It's not some ginormous bird, otherwise you'd hear me running off. But yeah, how reassured you are by the age of an aircraft. I mean, they're maintained within an inch of their lives, aren't they? But when you think about things like fatigue and other bits of equipment in life that don't tend to work well as they get older. world's biggest crow flying off with me. Yeah, I can imagine that would make for quite good TV, Ken. A remake of The Birds, setting about a local plane spotter, or visiting plane spotter. I'm still gutted that my Saab 340 is no showed. With Loganair phasing them out in the summer, they feel like they're going to be an increasingly rare prize. To be honest, watching the 380 arrive yesterday, I was watching Jonathan Winton's stream, and there was some chap that was standing right in front of him. When you talk about you've been framed gold, Simon, and of course when you do outside broadcast you enter the world of unintended things, don't you? Public and other uncertain situations, where he was having to ask a chap basically to politely move along a little bit because he didn't really want to film the back of his head. Seemed quite a reasonable point. Ken, get out of here. Although I am half Scottish, that's I know that's not the same thing as being Scottish. A slightly pedantic point on my part. I can see something on arrivals. Simon, I think you're right, and we are going to Aberdeen before, well, certainly before July. We're just looking for a nice slot to drop into May, June time, because Ken is entirely right about the Sassenach point. It's just a bit too cold up there for me at the minute. I'm an Esh Sassenach. Jonathan Winton, Simon. I haven't got the timestamp in my head, but it must have been the last sort of 20 minutes or so, because I don't think he stayed on much longer than the arrival for the first part of his show. I think that's the trouble, isn't it, when you're filming somewhere when there's a lot of people milling about, everyone's striving for a vantage point, and sometimes they forget people are trying to film stuff. Yeah, I understand Paul Rusher, Eric was streaming. I think he had a different angle. Not sure if he had many backs of headshots, but I'm sure he had the same kind of challenges. So, an incoming Embraer from London City. perhaps full of financial sector executives who want to ply their trade in Edinburgh. So, welcome and good morning to anyone that's joined the show recently. Those who don't know me, I'm Mark, your host for Plain Sailing Aviation, on air till about 1:30, 1:35 at a pinch, as I think we have a Delta outgoer at that time, so it'd be obviously rude to pack up and leave that one not sent off properly. So thanks for taking the opportunity and time to spend time with us at Edinburgh Airport, Scotland's principal airport. As you'll work out from the video feed, beautiful backdrop. The view we have today, we have the Pentland Hills sat in the background. I did wonder if they'd be snow-capped, if I'm honest. I was out walking in Northumberland yesterday with Mrs. Plain Sailing Aviation, and the Cheviots were well dusted with snow. But a beautiful day, sunshine. Have Pentland Hills starting to come into view. So I was thinking in terms of overall numbers, and I've not checked out 2022 yet, but Edinburgh kind of ranks as the UK's 6th busiest airport overall, or thereabouts. And what have we got here? Alibi, thanks Mucker. KLM Boeing 737 8K2 on finals. I've got visual, I'll peel off in a second. So let's get to our Amsterdam arrival. I was hoping for a few vapour trails this morning. So, can't have every wish, can you? Dry sunny day will do.
Simon Kirby, catch you in a bit.
Take your time on that school run. So I can see a Jet 2 737, I think it is a Jet 2 737, taxiing out. So that will be our next departure. We'll stay with this beauty for a little bit longer. Plane Crazy, good morning to you. Right, we're going to have to peel off. Jet 2 are off to Tenerife and they're not waiting for plain sailing aviation. So here we go. Pretty heavy. Luggage allowance is fully utilised. Bit like us when we went to Amsterdam last week. We literally were on the max, 12 kgs. Paul Rusher, I always say this show is best enjoyed with coffee or even better tea. Caffeinated is recommended, but that's just a personal preference. David Barber, good morning to you. Welcome to the show, buddy. Thanks for dropping in and spending time with us. One beautiful morning here. I was saying earlier in the show, I've actually got sun cream on. It's that very thin stuff, but it's factor 50. See somebody tracking out in the background. So let's have a look. See. Ah, it's the Wizz Air early arrival, is it? Or is it something else? Doesn't look whizzy to me. Can't really tell. I've got full face of sun. Ryanair. I think Wizz is also transponding. I think Alibi and Ken, that would be a harsh telescope. I don't think there's a pair of sunglasses would have helped me distinguish in this. Anyway, by the by, Ryanair are on their way out with their ubiquitous 737. And thanks Alibi, we have a British Airways Airbus 320 on arrivals. The departure you're looking at here is from Wizz, or as I sometimes say, Wizz. I'm not really sure how to pronounce it. I believe it's somewhere in the west of Germany, near the Dutch-Belgian border. But I stand to be corrected. I've got two already, are you sure? I'm going to have to say there's a mitigating thing going on here. I'm going to say it's arduous conditions. Be a bit of a stretch really, because it's jolly lovely. Okay, I'll take it on the chin. I'll not take it to VAR. To be fair, the sun climbs pretty quick here, doesn't it? Oh, I can see the whiz now. We'll cut to that in a bit. Let's pick up our British Airways arrival. Good stuff. So, there we go. Ryanair, just lining itself up. Rainer, good morning to you, sir. All the way in Berlin. How goes it? Is it as sunny there as it is here? I think I'll work with the airport to rebrand Edinburgh as a sunshine destination. Carl Shield, good morning to you, my friend. Just checking I've not missed anybody else that's joined the chat. Thank you, Alibi. We have an EasyJet 320 on arrival on finals from Bristol. As soon as this Ryanair plane goes, better get a scoot on. Right, one out, one in. EasyJet from Bristol. So I think once we've dispatched this imminent action, I'll do a quick power check. Been running for an hour, so just gives me a sense of how we're doing. Always a bit more drain on power when it's colder. So I can see an Aer Lingus ATR lining up behind this Wizz 320. I'm going to guess, take a punt, not much of a punt, that the ATR will be on its way back to Belfast, which it is. Now 320 back to Bucharest. Look at the sun glinting on the fuselage. It's Divine. Freezing cold in Dublin, is it, Carl? Clear blue sky, I'm guessing then. Nabil School, good morning to you in Dubai. Sandstormy. That's something I've never experienced before, a sandstorm. Not a proper one. Well, thanks for joining us. I don't think I've met you in the chat before, so I'm Mark, your host. Thank you for taking the time to join us on the stream this morning. That's that one waved out. Next to go, Aer Lingus to Belfast, ATR 72-600. Lovely bit of kit. And I hadn't appreciated this was going out. Whether it's a positioning flight, I'm not sure. No, I don't think it is. We also have an ATR 600 after this one going out, operated by Eastern Airlines. Airways, should I say. So, a turboprop fest for the next 3 or 4 minutes. So, let's have a look. Ooh, snow this afternoon, Rainer. Just like the last flush of winter, isn't it, really? Although saying that, scraping the car this morning wasn't much of an ordeal. Had to be done, but I don't know, the heater would have probably taken it off pretty quickly. So this one, Eastern Airways, is off to Inverness, I understand. Good morning, Ronald Smith. Welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation. Crikey, that's a complicated name. Naco Doshes in Deep, Texas. Oh, well listen, that is a far way from us. So, thank you, mate. You might be our first Texan that I've knowingly spoken to through the chat. So, pleasure to meet you. So, we stand with bated breath. Not sure what the flight time to Inverness is. I can't think it's more than 20 minutes, half hour. So as always, quick plug for the likes. If you like what you see, please do hit the like button. If you're not yet subscribed, please do consider subscribing. Doesn't cost you anything, but it helps us massively with YouTube, helps us keep the show on the road, and it also helps the way we are promoted by YouTube. Right, quick scan of everything. I'm just going to do a quick power check, folks, minimise the likelihood of anything unexpected happening. So I think, just looking at the chat, Carl, is that not a technicality that it's Aer Lingus but it's Emerald Airways operating on behalf? Yep, power's looking good. Have to agree, Ronald, that was a lovely bit of spray, wasn't it? Now I can see, I think, a Ryanair pinging away. Let's have a look. So the plane you're looking at should be off to Dublin, so coming your way, Carl. Well, hopefully this will be moving shortly. Slight pause in play. Always a good moment to put that kettle on. Have a drink for me. So while we wait for that one, I'm guessing it's being unclipped from its tug. See a bit of boarding action. Nice orderly line. So, I lamented earlier on that I thought we weren't getting our Loganair Saab 340B. It's transponding on flight radar. So, according to flight radar, with us in 9 minutes. It's approaching the Firth of Forth, which will be excellent, because that's on my list of planes that I like, and I hope that's a view shared. I'll bring it you anyway. Right, the Dublin flight is moving. There's some dogs somewhere, but I can't see him for looking. So while I think on, and things are relatively static here, I had spoke on Saturday's show about this upcoming Saturday show being an away day fixture. We have had to change the plans, unfortunately, so next show officially planned will be back to Newcastle on Saturday. The away day fixture will be the following Saturday. The flight prices that we were excited about, as you know, you have to move quickly, snooze you lose, and unfortunately took a little bit too long, which was all down to me really. I was quite keen if my lad could be available, my son Eddie, some of you will know from the show. It'd be quite nice if he could join me, and with work commitments etc, by the time he got certainty on that, the price had gone up. But we are now locked and loaded for, I think it's Saturday the 8th of April. I'll keep the destination a mystery for the minute. Don't want to go public too early. It's just to confirm that next Saturday's show will be Newcastle and not further afield. Right, let's have a look. Battery change, camcorder battery change, 25 minutes. So somewhere in the region of 9:15. I think you'll be in charge of that one, Alibi. Ken will be busy celebrating his anniversary. Well, that's interesting, Ronald Smith. Can't quite visualise an American Airlines liveried Saab 340. To be fair, I've only ever seen that type in a Logan Air livery, so my actual awareness is not encyclopedic. I just love the sound they kick out. When you think about it, as visual as the plane spotting experience is, sound's a big part too, isn't it? Yep, no ceremony here. Off to Dublin. Okay, where to rest the camera? British Airways, I think. Looks like they've finished boarding, although the stairs are still seemingly hooked on that one. How about over here? Simon, 340 will put a smile on my face. I've just about got visual. I'll not put the camera on it yet. It would look like a sparrow on the far horizon, but yeah, it will. I think that's the thing about aviation, isn't it? The diversity of types. And these days everything seems to be conforming to a relatively smaller range of in-service aircraft. It's just the nature of the economics and technology, isn't it? But as a chap who cut his teeth plane spotting in the 70s, the diversity of type back in the day, and the noise, because in those days nobody seemed particularly bothered about noise emissions, did they? Just seemed something of a golden era. Right, let's get our Saab. Yep, I definitely like that. If I got a multicam set up, you'd be seeing a very smiley mark. I see somebody on finals. I'm guessing it's been called in the chat. Super efficient mods and all that. I'll stick with this a bit longer. So good morning to anyone that's recently joined the show. I'm Mark, your host, through till 1:30 or thereabouts. We'll be on air at Edinburgh International Airport. Welcome to the show. Right, time to peel off, I think. Just taking a quick snap there, folks, that's why the screen stuttered.
T.
Good morning to you up Pentland Hill, which, if I remember correctly, being formerly of nearby, down in Leicestershire, Colville, Markfield, that way. Me originally being from Shepshed. Anyway, welcome to the show, buddy. Rain up. See you later, buddy. Good luck with your shopping. Is that groceries or out for something nice? Either which way, have a nice day, mate. Hope to see you later. Ronald Smith, thank you so much, mate. See you next time out, hopefully. Well, it looks like Edinburgh Airlines, or Airways, I'm getting my airlines and airways back to front, Aer Lingus flight to Dublin is bleeping away. So we'll stay tracking this EasyJet for the minute, as it's a better view, and then swap over in a second. I think that's where we'll swap. Jonathan Young, good morning. Are you still in Gran Canaria? Remember, I need a trip report from you in terms of live stream potential. Well, all moving very serenely. So British Airways have just been given permission to move their Embraer 190, returning to London City. That should go out next after this. think this will go straight off. Well, that was one beautiful sight. So let's get to our British Airways Embraer. Ken, are you staying to supervise the battery change, mate? I'm trying to keep my hands in my pockets as much as I can with the pocket warmers, just so I don't fumble the change. Alright, thanks Jonathan Young. I definitely need the hat, mate. I'd come back like a Swan Vesta otherwise. I suppose it's about trying to make sure that I'm not there when the temperatures are excessively hot. Not sure what kind of window that gives. So are you watching the stream at the side of the pool? Because that would be a very civilised way, wouldn't it, to do things? Right. Not sure what this one's waiting for. There we go. Which people on YouTube, Carl? Plenty to go at. I think when this one goes up, we'll take the battery change, take it early. Ah, having a coffee on the balcony. Poolside shortly. Nice way to start the day, mate. I am certainly very jealous. There we go. It's such a relief those pesky diggers have gone. Those who watched the last show will know they were a bit of a feature and seem to be interfering with the signal. Right. As they say in F1, box, box, box. I can tell you about the audio thing in a minute, Ken.
Let me just do the battery change first.
Right folks, so the usual drill, you'll lose me for a little bit and then you'll get me back. I think you still have sound, so here we go. There we go. Well, the actual change went slickly. However, my cold deadened digits didn't manage to. I think I've double pressed the on button, so I switched it on and then switched it off. So sorry about that, folks. I'm just going to put this battery on charge. Dopey go up, it's definitely -1, mate, and the wind, yeah, negligible. So at the minute, I'm just trying to power my battery up. Oh. Yeah, Ken, the theory on that whining noise, which appears only here, is I think it's the radio mast behind me. I think you may have speculated that previously, and I think that stands up because, just panning round over the river Almond, so that tower there I think is where we're picking this up from. I think the shotgun mic is doing its job, I suppose, because on the last stream we did have some buffering issues which we don't normally have, and I think the mast was down or working on a lower output. I mean, I'll take your counsel on that. It's not bad, so I could tweak the sound down, but I think you might lose something in terms of when the planes are here. But yeah, I think it's the tower. Just bear with me, folks, I'm just making another little adjustment. Yeah, Ken, I'll take your counsel. It's just too precarious. So let's go to KLM. Let's go back to Amsterdam. What a sight that makes in the sunshine. Just fired a quick snap off there. Just too lovely not to take a picture of. Well, Carl, that is true. It didn't happen to me last time. All I got in Dublin was throttled by roaming. But it's the only place I picked this sound up, so it's the only plausible theory. It's not common to the kit, because it doesn't happen at Heathrow, London City, Amsterdam. I could go on. But it is curious. But don't worry, we'll be back in Dublin soon enough. See if we can do better on the throttling than we did last time. It's almost deathly quiet here, which you don't really associate with airports, do you? But Newcastle does have its quiet moments, as regulars will know. Plane crazy? I'm inclined to agree with you. Right, I can see something on arrivals, or on finals, get my words in the right order, folks. Got excitable there. So what we're looking at incoming will be a British Airways A320 from London Heathrow. So that's going to be our next action, I think. Just going to move the camera on a bit to give you something else to look at in the meantime. Have a look around the freight park. I might be wrong in this squinting light, but that looks a totally plain one. Quick look at the reg. Who's that, folks? Is that West Atlantic as well? Right, incoming action. Oh, somebody else further behind. It looks like we are back to receiving incoming traffic. Very good, Ken. Casper Airways. Right, let's go from there to the other end, because our KLM is a fair way down the track. Just there. And with our EasyJet Belfast flight, fast hoving into view. We'll cut away to that in a second. Right. Here we are, our incomer from Belfast. So as our KLM prepares to line up, stand with bated breath. I think I might have a quick snack once this one goes, so I apologise in front of that. Margaret McKenna, good morning to you. You're never late. When you arrive, it's bang on time. We've been warming the kit up. Bit chilly here. Pleasant but chilly. I'm certainly not expecting to use the wet weather setup I used down at Newcastle on Saturday. There we go, showtime. So we'll just pull up with our British Airways A320 incoming Heathrow flight. I can see somebody was on finals. That somebody being another EasyJet from London Stansted. As we bring you live coverage from London Edinburgh. One of my little in-stream jokes that the London prefix gets a little overused. What's undeniable is this plane came from Stansted. and on the principal, one in, one out. There's your out. Which kind of feels a little bit like airport EasyJet at the minute, doesn't it? But action nevertheless. Ah, so you've got the sun as well, have you, Margaret? That's good, isn't it? John Hughes, good morning to you, sir. Welcome to the show. I'm Mark, your host. On air today till about 1:30, 1:35. We want to sync it with the Delta departure. 767 going out, so we'll catch that. Well, battery power permitting. Things are promising at the minute. So this should be the returning flight to Bristol. I imagine this will be a straightforward turn and burn. So it is. Just pick up the Stansted flight as it inches towards its slot. Just fired another shot off. Let's get closer to British Airways. I'm guessing that's London City pushing back, or about to push back. Paul Diaz, good morning to you, my friend. Welcome to the show. Tony McCall, welcome to you as well. Sunshine's really making a difference because it's jolly chilly otherwise. I think it was you, Tony, that said last time we were here that the digger work, or the JCBs that were in view, were all to do with the drainage after the floods at the start of the year. I reckon you're right, buddy. They've certainly left a mess where they've been, but are mercifully nowhere to be seen. I can see somebody on finals. Thanks, Alibi. That'll be a Ryanair from Stansted. So let's tee up ready. Did somebody say tea? Peter E. Lurker's Lounge with coffee. Hope there's some biscuits there, mate. Or even better, a bacon butty. Welcome to the stream. It occurred to me, you said you were flying out of Newcastle on Bank Holiday Monday. Let us know what time your flight is, mate. Which airline you're with. If we could, we might be down there, weather permitting. But it's always nice to know who's travelling, and if we can catch you, we will. Entirely up to you. As I say, I can't promise because it depends what time you're going, etc, etc. But we are musing on doing a Bank Holiday Monday stream from Newcastle. Bit urgent there, sorry. Do not adjust your set. Some good smoke off that. Couple of mil off the tyres.
Anthony Ruhi. Am I saying that right? Probably not. Anthony,
welcome to the stream. It's not busy here like you would associate with, I don't know, Heathrow, Manchester, probably not Gatwick either. It has its peaks and troughs. It can get busy. It's certainly Scotland's busiest airport. I was saying earlier in the stream, for context, it would probably rank about 6th busiest in the UK. I think as we move towards the summer timetable, obviously the traffic levels will start to fill in the schedule a bit more, so we do get the odd gap. Alright, let's have a spot of British Airways action. Good morning, Political Bias. Welcome to the show, my friend. Hope you're keeping well. Just checking that Ken has left the stream. He did say he was going at 9:10, and I wouldn't want him in any pester with Mrs. Alloway. Not on his 37th wedding anniversary. So this plane on its way back to Heathrow. Fairly stately pace. Jet 2 at 6 o'clock to Alicante. Okay, cheerfully noted, Peter. I mean, there's two schools of thought in our supporter community. Some who quite like the early starts and some who prefer the later. We'll have a look. The daylight should be there, just about, I think. Obviously with the clocks having moved, it probably tweaks the calculation. So as we look at our A320 Neo on its way out, I caught a bit of Big Jet TV yesterday, and I think there was some kind of conversation on it about whether the CO is still being made, on what the rationale would be, which was quite interesting, because you would naturally assume that the Neo would have done for the CO. All ends up 20% more fuel efficient, apparently. And, oh, thanks Alibi, a Finnair, one of my firm favourites, on finals, an Embraer 190 long range. I've got visual alibi. Visibility today is absolutely top drawer. It's kind of crisp without the hazing. I suppose the temperatures being what they are would negate the risk of hazing. So I think this will be holding. That's interesting, Carl. I'm never quite sure when the summer timetable starts. You know, is it the same for everybody, or is summer an elastic concept for individual operators? Certainly Newcastle, which is where we do a lot of our live streaming, will be picking up an increasing number of flights here on inwards, which will obviously enhance the viewing experience. Such a simple livery, but gorgeous. I mean, it looks great on the Embraer, although I'm quite taken with their A350 with its Moomin Special livery. Not that I've seen it in the flesh. It's one of those airlines I quite fancy trying. Maybe it's a future stream at Helsinki. Not quite sure what traffic movement you'd get. Bit of research required, I think. I'd say that's a fairly light plane. Right, I can see on the horizon our incoming EasyJet from London Gatwick. I think at the minute I'll just rest us over in the freight park. Carl Shield, take care, buddy. Hope to catch you next time out. Or even later in the stream, depending what you're up to. Remember, you've promised me a pint of Guinness. Never forget these things. Especially now I've rediscovered the joy of Guinness. So here we are. Our incoming baby bus from London Gatwick.
So I'm thinking our Delta
Airlines
incomer should be...
fairly soon. Sorry, I've just realised I'm stepped away from the mic. So folks, I'm treating you to a view of nothing. There we go. We're just having a quick look to see where the Finnair Embraer got to. But the pilot had got hung around. I can see an EasyJet at 10 o'clock to me taxiing out. One in, one out again. EasyJet seem to be running a very balanced ship today. So we're a little bit light on European flag carriers today. No Lufthansa due to the industrial action over in Germany. Air France, I hadn't appreciated, aren't listed for a Monday. I thought they were daily, if I'm truthful, but hey ho. First time I've done a Monday. So I hope everybody's keeping hydrated. Tea, coffee and snacks of choice. Plane spotting's always best enjoyed with refreshments. Even better if you're Jonathan Young and you are poolside in Gran Canaria. Thanks Dopey Corp. Next departure, the delayed EasyJet A320 off to London Gatwick. So let's go and find it. The train action in the background. Kind of looks like an EasyJet hub at the minute. I can see four other aircraft without craning my neck too far. John Hughes having a sausage egg bin lid. Well done, mate. Remember, calories consumed before noon don't count quite so much. That's what I tell myself. You see, I can't match you for anything as tasty as that. I will have my 70 calories skinny crunch light chocolate fudge bar in a minute. 70 calories, dearie me. I think that includes eating the wrapper. So as it's a relatively peaceful passenger plate, I expect this one to go without fuss. As I say, 1 or 2 easy jets on the manor. Now I can see a Logan Air. In fact, not the one you're looking at, which looks like our Saab. So by process of deduction, I'm thinking ATR42 500 over here. So a frenzy of Logan Air activity. Jan, no worries, catch you later. You're always a friend to the show, so hope to see you later, but if not, next time out. Look into what's coming in. Thank you, Alibi. What have we got? Aircraft type unknown. PH, that's Holland, isn't it? Oh, I'm interested, intrigued. You've built suspense masterfully. So we have a bit of turboprop action, courtesy of Logan Air, and a Dutch registered unidentified flying object. Just lock the camera here for a minute. Just checking I've not missed Audrey McDonald in the chat. Sorry, that's me crunching. So if you're there, Audrey, sorry I've missed you. Hope your dog's feeling better. Oh my lord, the diggers have returned. More on that in a minute. Unbelievable. What we're thinking? Cessna citation of some variant. The sound in the background is our JCB digger. Probably going to wipe a bit this shot. Lovely. We'll pick him up in a bit. There you go, Alibi. Digger Watch Part 2. Keep on driving, fellas, please. Right, there's an ATR 42 out there somewhere, isn't there? Let's leave nothing on the table. So as soon as that bizjet vacates, away we go. And you can probably hear the Saab 340 in the background. Audrey, how are you? And just as importantly, how's the dog? You may have answered that, I'll just check the chat in a sec. Right, this 42 is a scoot. Oh my word, Audrey, hope it works out for you. So this is the turboprop section of the show. Thanks, Dopey Gorp. I'll watch out for United. It'd be nice to catch them good and early. Let's have a quick look at that bizjet actually. There you go, folks. And there's United. Stand by, folks, and I can see something on finals. Sorry if it's been called in the chat. Thanks, Alibi. Incoming Ryanair from Paris. Oh, I've just got the smell of aviation. First sniff today. Tell you what, there's no hanging around, is there? Not much of a gap. Right, there's a 757 somewhere. Just there. Biased as I am, that is beautiful. Well, the incoming Ryanair has just vacated, so I'm imagining that the nod will be given any second. As I look onto the main apron, it's like an EasyJet boarding frenzy. Front and back staircases on 2 aircraft. Each staircase lined up with people. Looks pretty slick from here. Tell you what, those diggers haven't gone far. I wish I hadn't tempted fate now. That's me to a T. Thanks Alibi. British Airways Embraer 190 standard on finals. I've just got visual. So it looks like our United is holding for that now. Ken Alloway, what are you doing back this quickly? Right, let's just have a quick scooch round. So a very warm welcome for anyone that's recently joined the stream. I'm Mark, your host from Plain Sailing Aviation, on air till about 1:30, 1:35 with the Delta departure of their 767. So thanks for joining us. The wind must have moved round slightly. It's negligible, but I got a nice sniff of Jet A1 there. I'm sure the wind direction is meant to move mid-afternoon or thereabouts. Certainly don't want anything that might engender a runway change. This is a lovely spot for easterly arrivals. It's not quite so good if you start operating at 06, the opposite end of the runway. Excuse me. Gio Leo Lecky. Yep, I'm a firm fan of the 757. On the switch there. Too much excitement from your host. There you go. Lots of EasyJet action there. Let's just follow our returning Embraer. Takes a sharp right. Geo Leo Lecky, well, it's a pleasure to have you with us. Hopefully you'll stick with us now you've discovered us. So what we got happening next? Spotted Turkish Airlines. Their 321 Neo is over the Firth at the morning. Yep, Firth of Forth at the moment. Get my words in the right order. They always list this one as a 777 and then seem to substitute it in the hours before to a 321. I had my fingers crossed when I went to bed last night it was going to stay a 777, but I think in my soul probably suspected strongly that it weren't going to be. So that's a matter of a couple of minutes out. I've got visual, so that's all good. Paul Diaz, I think I've seen 777s here before, but I had to be corrected. I haven't seen a 380 before, but I defer to Alibi 58 and Ken Alloway, who I think are a bit more clued on such things. An Alibi, yes, thanks for the plug. So yes, please do give us your like if you like what you see, and better still, like and subscribe. And if you're going to go to the trouble of both of those things, you better to hit the notification bell too. That way you shouldn't miss anything that we are publishing. Doesn't cost you anything, and it's a great way to support us. Helps us bring you more action from the different places we go to. Predominantly Newcastle, and to a lesser but regular extent Edinburgh, but we go out and about as well. Amsterdam the weekend before last. We've been Dublin, Heathrow, here and there really, and the more you support us the more we can do. Right, I better get to our 321, haven't I? Turkish always look great in the sunshine, don't they? Lovely. See something else on arrivals. On final, should I say? Transposing those two words a lot this morning. I think that's something to do with being up at 3:30.
And you're right, Ken, we got the Dreamliner in
about 3 hours time. On occasion I've known Qatar operate that as a 350 as well, although on the occasion I've got in mind they'd switched the runways on me, so I was not getting what I was after in the end. Right, let's get some of the incoming action. Audrey, I've just seen your comments. Oh, you are in my thoughts. Anyone who's ever been in that position with a dog or cat for that matter, it's difficult, isn't it, if I can understate things. And here she is, our 767. Which, battery life permitting, will be the plane that we close the show on. Due out at 13:35. We aim to catch it, figuratively of course. So what? Let's have the Turkish Airlines, as it's nearest to shot. Just find a couple of snaps off, folks. Which will have caused your feed to stutter momentarily, so I do apologise. Tony McCall, you are so right, mate. I love the 7.6, although I love them all. There's something so distinct about the older types. Yeah, I'm with Alibi there, Audrey. I know your pain too. I only had one dog in my entire married life, and yeah, it's difficult. We'll stay with this a tad longer. So assuming I've clicked on the right thing, which as we know on this show isn't certain, this Ryanair could be off to Poitiers, but it looks like we've got a Loganair arrival first in the ERJ 145. So I'll stay with the Ryanair for the moment. Tabin Khan, good morning to you, my friend. Hope you're well. Thanks, Alibi. The incomer being from Southampton. I'll tell you what, without further ado, let's pick it up. So here comes Scotland's finest. Going to rest the camera there momentarily, folks. Just check on battery consumption. All looking good. But I suppose we better pick up our Ryanair. So we'll track back with our Loganair ERJ 145, the incoming flight from Southampton. John Hughes, never flown on a Super VC10. I've watched them from my grandparents' back garden close to Heathrow as a kid. Used to imagine all kinds of fantastic things that happened on those planes. Well, all of the planes that went over. But yeah, that's golden era stuff. Les Donaldson, how are you, sir? I mean, I know it's sort of contextual, depends how old you are and all the rest of it, but I do look at the 70s as a really golden period. I suppose I'm gonna, because that's when I started spotting planes. But you know, those were the days. Well, John, not so much age, I say class. Great memories. I was down at Newcastle Airport on Friday, just filming a particular arrival, the Volotea A319, which I shared footage of in Saturday's show, talking to fellow streamer Jonathan Winton, and he was talking about how his dad used to film aircraft, as you know, back in the day, and he got a collection of all kinds of clips and so forth. And I'm thinking, oh, if only I'd had a cine camera as a kid. Do love the nostalgic stuff. For me, it's just like music. You know, when you hear a track that reminds you of the 70s and 80s, and you can kind of remember where you were sometimes, a particular pub or something else that was going on in your life. An aircraft have that same kind of pull on me. Used to like the Viscount too. As a kid, when you've been packed off to bed, sometimes you'd hear them coming in, droning in low over the rooftops. Lovely. Les, you working again? Mind you, did you say you've only got 5 months till you retire? That is going to go so quick. One minute I put my papers in, and then the 6 months went so fast. Next thing you know, I'm down the pub with colleagues saying goodbye. John, I'm guessing your worst Viscount flight was a bit buffety. Alibi, thanks mate, standing by. I've got visual now for the incoming EasyJet. It's a mere speck. Oh, Vanguards as well. Ah yes. Aviaco Carvels, can't remember those, Les. I'll look them up later. I do love this stuff. DC9s I do remember. We just need a time machine. Trouble is, John, Mrs. Plain Sailing Aviation has a very low tolerance of turbulence, so she doesn't tend to enjoy flying as much as yours truly. So a bit of buffeting does add a bit of excitement, doesn't it? Although I can remember a light aircraft trip over the Grand Canyon, which was just one buffet after another. I must have felt nauseous for about 2 hours after the show, sorry. Get my words right, trip. I'm looking at too many things. Let's look at the simple things. Thanks, Dopey Gorp. Baby bus is off to Bristol. I can see that at 3 o'clock to my position. Okay, where is our Bristol plane? There it is. I just love the way that EasyJet synchronise things. It just feels like one in, one out. Pretty slick. Ah, the 707. Is that the aircraft John Travolta owns? Thanks, Dopey Gore. No worries. It's always a bonus when you can help out all of you moderators. I realise how busy your lives are. So, no sweat, mate. Hope to catch you in a bit. So, we're going to go from EasyJet to EasyJet as our incoming 320 from London Luton comes in over the Firth of Forth. So folks, will just caught the camera there. Oh, I don't know. I thought Travolta is licensed to fly a 747, but I thought he owned a 707. I stand to be corrected, Ken. He's definitely had a 707. And I've got half a hunch he may have flown a 747 for Qantas as an ambassador at some point in his illustrious aviation career. Can you imagine the carnage if he was to bring one of his planes to a UK airport? We'll be knee deep in streamers, including this one. Right, we better get further up the line. So, this EasyJet sponsored segment of the show unfolds before your eyes. This particular one, bound for Bristol. What's interesting, John? 757 for John Travolta. Seems we have a diversity of view on that. I'll be frank, my recollection is fairly hazy. bit of diversity for us. British Airways on the move. Returning to Heathrow. Tell you what folks, it's really quite nice here now. I'm sort of done up like the Michelin Man. I've got that many layers on, and it's just at that point now where I wish I hadn't got quite so many layers on. Tell you what, oh, he's slowed down a little bit now. Saying that was still moving fairly well, isn't it? Not quite sure what the maximum taxi speed is here. One of the ops managers at Newcastle confirmed theirs is 15 mile an hour. I had posed the same question to Edinburgh via a tweet. They never responded. I reckon that's everyone a 15 mile an hour for sure. It's odd because Edinburgh are usually pretty good at acknowledging our tweets from time to time. More the pictorial stuff rather than actual questions. Alibi, thanks mate. Norwegian Boeing 737 on finals. Today is summertime, is it, Les? When you're retired, you'll have to pop down when we've got a show on. Hold there for the minute. Alibi, it certainly has. Just how we like it. I always think Edinburgh rewards the journey. Takes me about 2.5 hours, depending on whether I get stuck behind lorries. But I can't think of an occasion where I've gone back down the track, down the A1, thinking that wasn't worth it. I just love it here. Right, I think we've got to cut away for our Norwegian arrival. I think I've said before, I'm a bit lukewarm on the Norwegian livery. Full credit though, their tail fins are interesting. Yep, A1 alibi. To be honest, on the outward journey, like I say, other than slow moving wagons on the single carriageway stretches, it's something of a doddle. It's quite a pleasant drive. Normally don't stop until I get to McDonald's at Newbridge. Just pick up a caffeine infusion. Thank you, Ken. This plane bound for Knock. You see, John, I probably don't like the fact this livery is in two parts, which is odd, I suppose, because I'm quite positive about Wizz, even if their passengers don't seem to have been in that recent Which survey. One of our subscribers is a first officer with Norwegian. I won't shout his name out just because I haven't got his permission. But I think the last time we had a show here, we had a 737 Norwegian with their UNICEF livery, and the first officer on that got in touch to ask if they could use the footage to share with friends and family, which of course we said yes to. I think we're going to be moving somewhere else. Let's have a look. So Finnair's on the move. Back to Helsinki. Do you know, Alibi? I don't know if you're pulling my leg or not. I'm going to assume not. I had no idea that Freddie Mercury was on the livery. Oh, on one of their liveries. Freddie Mercury, eh? Well, he is legendary. Can I just do a sound check, folks? Seem to have gone to mono in my headset. Just checking you can hear me all right and there's nothing amiss. So although we're following the Finnair, we are in fact going to cut away to EasyJet's Paris departure. Just with a train in the background. No, train's gone. Oh, right, that I did not realise, Les. I need to get out more, or look out more carefully for the Freddie Mercury livery. Well, he's unquestionably a musical legend. Thanks, Dopey Gorp. I think that's a headset issue I've got. Right. Let's await our Finnair departure. Roger that, Simon Kirby. Wait, bated breath, as our Embraer 190 long range returns to Helsinki, courtesy of Finnair. Oh, I didn't realise, Les, that was one of the first. What was the rationale behind that? Because I thought the others tended to be, I don't know, people who've invented stuff or pioneers of different things. And you can make an argument that Freddie Mercury was a musical pioneer, no question. Tell you what, they don't dish out much noise, do they? I don't know, Simon. Maybe Freddie was, to some extent, Norwegian. Courtesy of the Vikings or some other genealogical trace back. So this plane is going to be off to Stansted. Due to depart shortly. I can't see a time on that. Looks like they've got a runway check on the go at the minute. So, what's coming in? I can see an ATR 42-500, courtesy of Scotland's finest, turning over the Firth. So, turboprop action incoming, folks. Laxbro 7718. Hello from Oz, my friend. Which part of Oz? Don't know which way you are on cricket, whether you're bothered or not, but what's going to happen with the Ashes later this summer? Ali boy, nice one, my friend. A little bit of something for me to look at later. It's one of the great things about the show. We knock things about in the chat and it always triggers, well, A, you learn something, and B, it triggers further thoughts. Thanks, buddy. Erling Haaland to be on a tail fin soon. According to my news feeds, every other story sports-wise seems to be about him moving somewhere. But I'm not really sure who else can afford him, really. Paris Saint-Germain, Real Madrid, Barca, perhaps. I think the two Spanish giants aren't quite as flush as they used to be. Melbourne. My lord, are you a cricket follower? Well, I can see our Logan Air income up, so I suppose I better stand ready to peel away. I think that digger we saw earlier is just here for some retarmacking. I can smell freshly laid bitumen. Looks like it's a couple lined up now coming in. Right, let's have some turboprop. If I peel back, you can see the second one that's parked up behind. Okay, so our incomer from Sunborough. We'll stay down there for a second.
Laxborough, you're what's that? Aussie Football League?
I do love a spot of cricket. Right, let's peel off incoming traffic. Looked to me a little bit like you might spill a bit of your tea if you were trying to drink it. So the action's starting to pick up. Baby bus on its way out to Stansted, I think, followed by British Airways off to London City. I suppose we've got to pull away from my turboprop love fest. Looks like we have an ATR 72, I think, on its way in. I'm sure it's been called in the chat. Sorry folks, I'm not engaging with the screen at the minute. So there's our London City bound Embraer. Park us there for a second. Nice little train in the background. So our incoming Aer Lingus Belfast flight. So if you like what you see, please do hit the like button and consider subscribing. If you're not already subscribed, that is. And if you are already subscribed, my hearty and sincere thanks. Channel's nothing without its supporters, so thank you. Same with our moderators as well. Channel's nothing without its moderators. And we've got a super trio in action this morning. Canal Away, Alibi 58 and Dopey Gorp. So we're well blessed in every sense. Next incoming, a Ryanair from Nantes. Nantes? I have to work my French accent a bit harder. On account I haven't got one. We'll just park it with British Airways for a moment while I just make a couple of adjustments and we're good to go. We might catch a bit of ATR scooting whilst British Airways lines up, so London City departure imminent. Just bear with me, folks. Just going to park up on the tower. Hello to the tower if you're watching. So my apologies, folks, I seem to be out of the live chat at the minute. So don't think me rude. So a very warm welcome to anyone that's recently joined the stream. Thanks for joining us. I'm Mark, your host at Edinburgh International on a very sunny March day. It was quite chilly, but now it's actually quite pleasant if you're well wrapped up. Right, I'm just going to work on getting the chat back. Right, I'm back in the chat. Sorry for that unscripted pause. And in the excitement, I've failed to observe we've passed 100 likes. So thank you one and all. And if you're just about to hit the like button, thank you in advance. So as we watch Loganair's sombre arrival out from the Shetlands, now in with us at Edinburgh. Quick look around, see what's moving. Nothing's catching my eye immediately. So the Norwegian 737 wins my attention. Can't quite tell who that is on the tail fin. Maybe he's you good people in the chat can see it. So my reckon up tells me that we have a London City arrival, an Embraer 190 standard. Small number of minutes away. Yes, please like us as much as you can. Like I say, it doesn't cost you anything, and it really does help with YouTube. Exactly all the things Ken puts more eloquently in the chat. Just going to move the camera around a bit more. Here's our Turkish A321. What time it's not sure what time it's due to go. I've got a feeling not too long on that one. John Peel, good morning to you. Welcome to the show, mate. Right, I think now seems to be the moment to pull away to our London City arrival, courtesy of British Airways. There she blows. Still a reasonable way out, we might as well stick with it. So just a plug, next show from us is Saturday at Newcastle, our regular Saturday show. We had been close to confirming an away day fixture, but the flight prices moved on us, so we're now going to do that one the following week. We'll put that announcement out in due course, but the tickets are booked. So Saturday the 8th of April we will be on our travels. Now the clocks have changed, there is the potential as well for a pop-up midweek stream from Newcastle. We'll just watch carefully what the schedule throws up. Probably be a late afternoon, early evening type show, if we can get the movements to stand up enough interest for you. We don't want you having to watch more gaps in traffic that we can avoid. Well, the Turkish Airlines A321 is definitely transponding, so I'm expecting to see that pushing back imminently. I can see a Logan Air awaiting permission to line up, but I couldn't see on flight radar with my quick snatch glance at it where it might be going. Our customary curse of flight radar meets Logan Air. What's not in doubt is it's on its way out. That could be a July day, couldn't it, just looking at that. Even a slight hazing going on. Oh, another train. Next arrival in looks like a Royal Air Force plane. A Beach Shadow R1. Oh, That's a bonus. Snake 7. Or is it Snake 5-7? Snake 5-7. Oh my lord. Need more powerful glasses. To be honest, Tony, the highlight for Newcastle generally is the Emirates Triple, the Chewy Dreamliner, and then it rather depends what the Air Force, both RAF and other nations' Air Forces, bring through. We had the Belgium Air Force A400 through last week. We don't really get there much in the way of heavy action. It's very niche, enjoyable to watch, but I don't think we could say it's Heathrow of the North. Well, our RAF plane is a go around. But I've completely lost him. There we go. Pretty much overflying it. Hopefully that was just a warm up. Let him go. Let's get back to Logan Air. Oh, somebody's woken the dogs up. Deborah Speller, good morning to you. You are so right, it's a lovely day. It was chilly, now it's just great. I mean, I'm coated up with fleeces on, pocket warmers in pocket, sun cap on. I've even got sun lotion on, factor 50, because I figured I might be, you know, exposed to a bit of sun ray. So as we wave off Logan Air, anybody from Logan Air that's watching the show, please get in touch. Tell us why it is that your aircraft don't always show up on flight radar. We're all passionate aviation enthusiasts and it'd be lovely to know. Tony McCall, I didn't realise that Caledonian operated from Newcastle back in the 90s. I've only moved up to the northeast, well, 2014, so I've got no kind of recollection of further back in time. Caledonian, eh? I know they've got plans at Newcastle to potentially extend the runway by 700 metres at the runway 25 end, which clearly would enable heavier traffic. Whether that actually comes to anything, who knows? Would require a road being moved. I think the airport's development plan is, what do they call it? Development 2035. So someone's clearly thinking about it. As we look at our Turkish A321neo pushing back. Ian Fleming, good morning to you, sir. Just checking it is still morning. Since the clocks have changed, I'm all over the place time wise. Ken Alloway, I'm assuming you're thinking about the James Bond author. It was the first thought that went into my head. Ian Fleming, synonymous with James Bond. Well Ian, grateful that you're joining us on this rather sunny and splendid day at Edinburgh Airport. We're on air till about 1:30. Well, to be more accurate, 13:35ish. Looking to finish with the departure of the Delta Airlines 767. Be nice to finish on that note. And as always, a gentle nudge. Please do give us a like, folks, if you like what you see. Help us with YouTube and won't cost you a penny. And better yet, subscribe as well. We'd love to have you with us. We are a small channel, niche channel, but your support really does matter. You know what? I started the show in the woolly hat that Nell, my beanie, that Nell, one of our moderators, knitted for me. Transitioned to a sun cap, and now I'm thinking a floppy would be actually more the order of the day, as I see our Norwegian 737 starting to scoot. I can't wait to check out that Freddie Mercury link, Alibi. Larkspur 7718. See you soon, my Australian friend. All the way out there in Melbourne. As we track this Norwegian 737 departure, shortly to set off for Oslo. Definitely on my list of places to visit, not necessarily to live stream, although I wouldn't rule it out. Not sure what the traffic position is there, but such a beautiful part of the world. Places to go to before you pass on. Well, this will probably go straight off. Let's go. Bit of a slip on the old switch there, folks, sorry about that. Certainly gone out heavy. I spy with my little eye. So we'll settle with Logan Air for the minute until I can see the Turkish A321 move. It's just been given permission, and duly enough I can see a tail fin moving. There you are. Thanks, Ken. The Jan Balstrud livery. What's Jan's fame to claim? Get my words out. Start again. Claim to fame. Dear me. It's not somebody's name I remember, but let's be honest, that doesn't really rule in or out much, does it? Alibi, thanks Mucker. British Airways A320 on finals from London Heathrow. I've got visual, so we'll stay with this Airbus for the minute. It's just so darn pretty. Just fired off a snap, so you've got a stuttered screen. I'll stop doing that for a bit. Do not adjust your set. Oh right, Ken, a famous Norwegian commando. Right, that's also on my Google list later. I love my planes, but I do like a bit of military history. I wonder if he was one of the fellows that was involved with the taking out of the heavy water plant that was under development. Any which way, I'll enjoy that tonight. So it warms up, you can just see that little bit of hazing. Anyway, enough hazing for the minute. Let's get on to our British Airways arrival. Looks like the RAF weren't stopping, were they? With that little flyover from a short while ago. Thought they might come back round. Okay, let's get ready for our Turkish Airlines departure. The great thing about plane spotting, Margaret McKenna, is you don't need to know an awful lot, do you? You just need to appreciate them. You find the company you keep invariably have the answers and the, you know, the extra information. Alibi, I used to love the Commando comics too when I was a kid. So like the Commando comics, Warlord, I think what else was from around that time. Used to have a lot of soldiers, plastic soldiers, the Airfix ones. 32nd scale, I can't remember, but also the really small ones. Were they 00 or something like that? Memories playing me false. It's funny, you know, but comics were such a big thing, weren't they, back in the day? You know, your Beanos, Whizzer, Whoopee. Mine's just dancing about a little bit. Kind of wonder what kids read today. Every week my nan used to send me, this is the nan that used to live near Heathrow Airport, a comic, and inside the roll, if you will, there'd be a couple of packets of sweets. Boy, was I always hanging around the letterbox when the postman was due, back in the days. Oh, easily pleased. Back to Ken in the chat. Jan Bouwstrud was an Operation Martin mission to destroy a airfield control tower. Clearly a giant of a man. I don't know if you can hear the dog barking again. I don't know what sets it off, I'm sure. Got to be a kennels or something nearby. I've not seen a dog walker all day. I saw a couple that were watching the planes earlier on, sort of 30 yards to my right. So let's have a quick look, see at what else is occurring, see what's shaping up. So, over the Firth of Forth, looks like we have a Scandinavian Airlines A320. So, continuity of action, folks. Matter of minutes till that one shows. Can't quite see it yet with my hawk-eye. Let's have a little rotate while we wait. See what else we can see. So, Scandinavian Airlines next in, folks. Stand by. Deborah Speller. I believe they do light it with purple and other colours. I've not been here at night for a little while. I had a stay over here last summer and I think it was lit purple, if I remember, or some shade of purple. I think it is one of the things they like to do here to light the tower. Let's have a closer look at it. Maybe one of those things that we do later in the year where we do an evening stream from here, the daylights, and as we transition to dusk, I think we get to see it firsthand. Right, I'll start moving the camera, ready for our next arrival. Haven't quite got visual yet, but by the time we get there with the camera, I'll take you to the freight park in the meantime. Business park is behind there as well. See what we can spy over yonder. A bit hazy. It's a shame we don't see a little bit more freight move in the daytime. Sometimes you can get lucky when you arrive at Edinburgh early doors. You pick up a couple of early morning arrivals from places like Nottingham or so forth. Whereas the feature of Amsterdam, when we streamed the other week, you did see some freight traffic during the day. Oh, unbelievable! Ken, now I keep looking to the left, thinking, where the dickens is it? That is a telescope, no question. In my defence, it was a snatched glance at flight radar. I should leave it to the professionals really, shouldn't I? I just wanted to pitch in which case, in fact that's my favourite telescope. My tablet needs to have some kind of enhancement to it, I think, so I can view it more easily. I've told you before folks, if you're wanting to see top level multitasking, this ain't the show for you. You'll be disappointed. I thought it was ours, because I'm sure we've got an SAS arrival on today's roster, but I don't know, could be wishful thinking. Ken, that's my treat to you and Mrs. Alloway on your 37th anniversary. Ranking competence at reading the flight radar. Oh dear. Let's look at this in the meantime while I move the subject off my lack of diligence. So, I believe this plane might be going to Brussels, Ken. We'll stay tracked on it for the minute. No question that Aer Lingus are going to be on the move imminently with their Belfast flight. It's transponding, but I'm not hearing the sound of the engines. So we'll content ourselves with this Brussels flight. Somebody else is starting up over the other side. Mikey D, thank you so much, buddy. Trust me, it's entirely reciprocal. Love having you with us. Yeah, to be honest, I do like the London airports. It's where I started my spotting, if you like. But I know what you mean in terms of Manchester. No disrespect to the Manchester streamers or fans. There are lots of people covering the same tarmac, essentially. I suppose it's like everything, isn't it? People have a preference for style of presentation or where the camera's perched up. But yeah, definitely love being here. Newcastle's our home airport because it's about 20 minutes from my house. But I consider this also a home airport. We like to come here quite regularly. First time we streamed on a Monday though, so it was an opportunity to have a look at a bit of early weekday action. Tony McCall, yes, I can imagine the evening would be quite good cargo wise, so hopefully when we get into June we'll sync, when we've got a bit more daylight, we'll try and sync something up that way, because I think that will give you all something different to look at as well. I mean, we like to try and mix it up as best we can for you. So we'll do a bit of that. Aha! The fake Brussels. Is that Charleroi? I'm going to expose my geographical ignorance. My lad Eddie, who edits for the channel, and I were discussing different places in Europe, and he was on about a particular compelling price for Brussels. And I says, what, Brussels as in Brussels International, or I knew there was another Brussels airport close to. I think it's Charleroi. Anyway, it was that one, so I don't know if that's what you mean. Yeah, so Ken's clarified the point. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lucky light, Tony. I don't know what the travel arrangements are to get into Brussels proper, but it'd be a bit of a disappointment to you, wouldn't it, if you found that it was going to take you an hour to get into Brussels from Charleroi. But I cheerfully have no clue. Oh my lord. Alibi. First and foremost, legend mate. So for those who won't know, Alibi has just PayPal'd me. So thank you so much, buddy. Incredibly generous, and I'm touched. And to the second part of it, hello Beth, Alibi's granddaughter. Pleased to meet you and welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation. Alibi, I'm hoping you've got Beth subscribed. But Beth, pleasure to meet you. And Alibi, you know, what can I say, mate? Genuinely touched. For the benefit of everybody, I always say this, every penny we make off this channel rolls forward into what we do next. I'm retired, so this isn't about a second wage or a new career or anything like that. It's just about being able to share my love of plane spotting with you all. So I mean, immensely honoured with Ali's super chat, but I am also incredibly honoured that you all are taking the time to watch what we do today, so thank you. I'm going to reach for a snack bar in a minute. Regulars of the show will know that moments of kindness tend to wobble me. But yeah, thanks Alibi. Right, so as we watch this plane, which is going to be going somewhere near Brussels, we've established, to some greater or lesser extent. Alibi, you've got to start them young. I keep saying that to my son Eddie, my granddaughter Valentina, who makes me so proud my head could pop. She's just approaching 1, and yeah, even now I'm told she'll watch some of the stream. Probably wondering what Grandad's babbling on about. Would be an entirely legitimate consideration. Ali, good morning to you, sir. How the devil are you? Did you get down to watch the 380 yesterday? Sorry folks, I drifted off plane there. Just trying to work out where I've left my next snack bar. When I'm setting up, I lay them out in strategic places, much as you might do if you were putting out bait to trap a rodent or something, I suppose. That'd be a flattering analogy for me, is it? But you know what I mean. And as the show moves on, I tend to forget where I've put them. Anyway, off to somewhere near Brussels goes this plane. Let's hope everybody on board knows which Brussels they're going to. Now give me some turboprop action please, God. Oh, my prayers are answered. Thinking this must be the returning Belfast flight. Not bad, thanks Ali. And I'm not knocking the camera off shot. Sorry about that folks. Yeah, as you know, I had intended to stream it. Changed my mind because I understood one of the bigger fish was going. And then when it turned out they weren't going, it was at the point where I just decided probably I'm going to watch someone else do it, which is exactly what I did. It would have been nice to be there in person. The good news though is that for us, Glasgow is somewhere we intend to go to fairly regularly, so we're not just turning out for the big occasion. So we will be back to do Glasgow in the relatively near future, so we shall pick up some 380 action along the way. Seems rude not to, and hopefully without significant crowds. Oh, I'm just jumping across the chat. Mikey D about Wizz Air customer service. Something I've reflected at the start of this show, and in fact previous show actually from Edinburgh, given that Wizz Air service here regularly, is the Which survey, which had them, I think, as, if I can say it tactfully, the most disappointing airline. Wasn't very impressive at all from what I read. Deborah Speller, I'm inclined to agree with you. Great sounds off the 737. EDC Metalman and Planes. Hello mate. New subscriber too, and like. So thanks buddy. Welcome to the show. You picked a nice sunny day to be here. I mean, the scenery is always good. There's no question standing here is definitely enhanced with the sun beating down on you, with my factor 50 on. Yeah, I caught Jonathan Winton, Tony. He was my streamer of choice for that one, and yeah, I thought he did a cracking job of it. Although I was saying earlier on, he did have that unfortunate moment, didn't he, where somebody else managed to stand in front of his camera and didn't appear to be particularly gracious about moving. Thought Jonathan handled that very well. I think that's the trouble when you look to live stream an event that's going to attract a lot of public attendance. Most people you meet when you're out streaming are fabulous in terms of not wanting to get in your way, or in fact when I was streaming in Amsterdam the other weekend, both days, as soon as I'd packed up, people came over and wanted to talk to me. They'd been watching on their phones in between actually watching Eyes On. And it's interesting that our Dutch viewership has taken quite a spike up actually off the back of that stream. But yeah, most aviation people are great in terms of working with live streamers, I think. But poor old Jonathan definitely caught a tricky one, didn't he, with this chap standing in front of him. Crikey, I'm just looking at EDC Metalman. 23:25. That is late, mate. I might even be encroaching on my 4th stream by then. Well, I'm grateful you're with us, and you know, subscribing and liking, sir. That's first rate. Oh, there we go. I'll pipe down. Right, I can see an EasyJet parked ready to go. I'm just going to rest the camera there a second. With your kind indulgence, I'm just going to have a quick swallow of water. Sorry if it sounded like I was enjoying that too much. All haste and no speed. Yep, Ken's gone to the question I was going to ask. North or south? Let's have a look. EDC Metalman. Nope, don't think I've caught that one up yet. Buzzing getting worse, Alibi. That's interesting. I'm not sure what I can do with it other than turn the sound levels down. But if it's the tower like we think it is, I'm not sure if that's going to do for us or not. Let me muse that one a second. Is that the same, just checking it's not peculiar to Ali's connection? Are folks sensing the buzzing's annoying too? As Ken points out, it could just be that your hearing's improving, but I'm more fearful it's just encroaching the broadcast. Okay folks, I'm going to sound a lot quieter. I'll boost us in a minute, but I've just taken the shotgun mic off for this one. Let me know how that works for you, whether you prefer the buzzing and you'll lose something by way of sound outputs. We're a viewer-led show, so I'll try and boost my own sound up in a minute, but I think it's more important in terms of the sound of the planes. That's what gives you the plane spotting experience. Me droning in the background, well, that's a different thing. So let's let this one go, and if you want the shotgun mic back in, I'll put it back in, and if you want to run without the electrical interference, well, we'll do that. David McDonough, good morning to you, sir. Still morning, just checking my watch. I'm all at sea since the clock's changed. Tony McCall says sorted. I think then, unless people ask me to do otherwise, we'll leave the sound where it is, and I'll see if I can boost my outputs in a minute. Up on the tower. What was that like sound wise, folks? Sound test. So I've just tweaked things up at this end, but I'm reliant now on the microphone on the camera itself, as in the internal one, which is never as good, but there's no question it's nice not to have that electronic interference. I'll just make sure I speak closer to the camera. David McDonough, I bet you can't wait. I've yet to go to Australia. It's on my bucket list of things to do, along with attending an Ashes test. Meanwhile, the turboprops return to the fray. I've got nothing showing on my flight radar. I don't know if other folks are better blessed. Gareth Rees, I don't think I've said hello to you, mate. So, welcome to the show. I'm Mark, your host. Thanks for joining us. And Andrew Foster. Put that down to my 57 years, but I don't think I've said hello to you today. If I have, you get it twice. Welcome, mate. Just giving my index finger a workout. You'll have heard that noise coming back again, folks. I just put the shotgun in and it wasn't picking it up, and now it's found the mast, so that was just a bit of an experiment. Okay, I guess this is going to go without any fuss. Thanks, Alibi. Cessna 560 XL citation on finals from Liverpool. Good stuff. Bit of business jet to follow then. Just got visual on that, Alibi. Our incoming Liverpool flight. We'll just rest us up on the freight park a second. The BizJet is just too small a dot in the sky at the moment. Mikey D, they do go up sharply, don't they? Right, here's our Cessna citation. Arriving in style. Wow, what's happening here? It's like the digger watch show's back on, and we're not talking about our friends in Australia, for clarity. It is all breaking out over there. But don't worry folks, we are not diversifying into a bigger channel. I'll have a quick look, see what's moving around. And in the absence of anything immediately catching the eye, I'm just going to rest the camera here. So, a warm welcome to anybody that's joined the show recently. I'm your host Mark, so thanks for choosing to spend time with us as we approach the lunch window. In fact, I can just see our citation scooting back, so let's pick it up. So we're going to be on air till about 13:35, finished to coincide with the departure of the Delta 767. So hopefully you'll be able to stay with us till then. Perfect companion for lunchtime. And of course, if you're new to the channel, please do consider subscribing. And of course, if you can leave a like too, even better. It doesn't cost anything, and of course it really does help us. And if you are new to plain sailing aviation, we are going to be live streaming next out officially Saturday 1st of April. Not an April Fool, just for clarity. That's our regular Saturday show from Newcastle International, and we are, weather permitting and movements permitting, looking towards having a midweek, late afternoon, early evening show. But if we do that, I'll put a community post out just to give you prior warning. So we track our private flight from Liverpool to the business terminal, which is the other side of the freight park, which is most of what you can see in the foreground. And it looks like British Airways are on the move. So further action imminent. Which should be the returning London City flight. Right, let's see if we can pan across. Yay. I've just popped the shotgun mic back in, and I can just hear that noise very faintly bleeping. I'll leave it where it is for the minute and then take the mic off. It seems to be a bit of a delay before it finds the tower. For those of you who've only recently joined the show, there's a mobile mast behind me, which is a real boon in terms of signal strength. I've just noticed I'm running a bit light on power, folks. I'm just going to have to park the camera there for the minute. For some reason my encoder's not charging, so I'm just going to park up here with your kind indulgence. Want to make some checks. Hopefully I've cured that problem. For some reason I wasn't drawing any charge. To be fair, John Peel, we tend to get quite a few crows down at Newcastle. Right, here's our London City flight. That was a bit of a close shave. I was just realising that I was down to the last 20% of my power on the encoder, and I thought, well, that's not right. But seems to have restored itself now. It's charging. So let's wave this plane off to London City. Fabulous airport. Margaret McKenna, thanks for confirming on sound. Hope the weather's still nice down at Newcastle, Margaret. I might have to reapply the factor 50 here. Let's follow our ATR for a couple of seconds while we take stock of the next opportunity. Sorry folks if I've missed anything in the chat. Ali, catch you later buddy, been a pleasure. Yeah, I'm with you Ken. The British Airways livery is just tailor-made for sunshine, isn't it? Right, scanning the horizon to see what's likely to move next. As we watch this ATR 72 park itself up. Looks like we've hit something of a pause in play. See what the prognosis is in terms of arrivals. So Logan Air are due in with a, I think it's a Saab 340 from Kirkwall at 12:07. Ryanair 12:20. EasyJet from Krakow 12:06. So I think 12:06 is the next arrival in the form of EasyJet A320 Krakow. Let's have a look on the departures slate. We have Aer Lingus in from Dublin, was due in at 5 to 11, which is pretty much why we've got nothing immediately happening. So it's a good moment to put the kettle on folks, stay with us but keep hydrated. Don't want to hear that viewers are getting dehydrated or nearly as bad, decaffeinated. So I think this Heathrow bound plane is imminent to push back. That's my understanding. Due out at 10 to 12. Hope you're having something nice for lunch, Margaret. Do tell us. EDC Metalman, no, not been to Cardiff yet. I've looked at it a couple of times, but only during the winter schedule. So I don't know if it's perhaps a little bit more promising for the in the summertime. It's one of those ones I'd like to have a look at, a bit like Bristol as well, actually. Views, blimmin' heck, that made me jump. That's the bird patrol. Not anyone opening up on Mark of Plain Aviation. Although I'm not entirely so sure about that now. That felt pretty close. Do you know, Alibi, my light count has frozen at 114. So the news that we are only 25 to 200, absolutely staggering, folks. So yeah, please do get with Alibi on that one. 25 to get to 200. Be great to get that one in nice and early in the lunch window while we await British Airways pushing back. And of course, if you're in the mood to like and you're not yet subscribed, please subscribe. Costs you nothing and helps us massively. Let's have a look here. Sky clear in Alloway. Bodes well then, Ken. If it's alright with you, it'll be alright with me. Doros Petsas, I hope I've said your name correct. Nicosia, welcome my friend. Welcome to the show. I don't think we've said hi before. So I'm Mark, the host of Plain Sailing Aviation. So thanks for joining us. I'm fairly confident that the weather's going to be nice in Nicosia, but you can always put us right. But thanks for joining the show, friend. Come on, British Airways, punctuality is everything. Right, I suppose it would be tactful to move the camera. Let's just see if there's, in fact, timely more than tactful. When I'm scouting for action, I tend to send myself cross-eyed, and then if I'm talking at the same time, I'm kiboshed. A little bit hazy, but trying to get a closer look at that ATR 72. Here comes the bird patrol. Let's hope he doesn't fire another round off. Backcacked himself with the first one. Airside operations, running a tight ship. I heard the first one go off, I was all for taking cover. We were joking, weren't we, on Saturday stream when we saw the airside guys with their shotgun out about being watchful that they weren't pointing it my way. And while we wait a bit of action, for those who are unfamiliar with Edinburgh, you will see the divine Pentland Hills in the background. Really is a stunning backdrop. If I keep panning around and down, because obviously there'll be people on here who perhaps haven't seen the full extent. There's the fire station and the mock-up fuselage. It's just such a great place to watch planes. Single runway, which from my perspective simplifies things to an extent, because you can get takeoffs and departures in the same line of sight. Of course, this was originally originated as an RAF base, initially as the Royal Flying Corps, and then became RAF Turnhouse in 1916-17, at the point when the RAF was formulated. So yeah, there's a grand old history to the place. In terms of the runway itself, 2,558 metres they tell me, although I've not been invited to pace it out. Oh, sounds like the bird patrol's firing off more rounds. Those crows are clearly proving a pest. And there's your tower, 57 metres high, opened in 2005 at an approximate cost of 10 million. And just for further context for the hills in the background, we are apparently 136 feet above sea level, which, when I contrast that with the Schiphol show a week and a bit back, I'm reliably informed there we were 4 metres below sea level. Obviously Dutch ingenuity with dikes and so forth, and their highly skilled methods of land reclamation working a triumph. EDC Metalman. East Midlands Airport used to be my local one when I lived down in Leicestershire. I don't know if Alan T's still in the chat or the Lurkers Lounge. He's not so far away from there either. Good freight setup there. It's not easy to spot. There are a couple of spots where you can set up, but it's nowhere near as spotter friendly as here, I think. But the heavy action there, and they do get 747s as well, which is always a boon, isn't it? Is it Silkway? I can't think what it's called. Silkman, Silkway, 747. That's a regular visitor there. And I think UPS operate at 74 through there as well. Let's have a look. Where else you been? Let's have a look. Heathrow, yeah, love it there. Gatwick, never done, but looks interesting. Manchester, I'd love to stream there, but I think it's well served by other streamers. Aberdeen, we are going to Aberdeen, so stay with us. If you've got that notification bell, you'll be in the loop, my friend. That's going to be somewhere in May or June. As I often say, it's just too cold for me up there at this time of year. Being a soft Midlander. I don't know, Ken. If he is a commando, he's not a great shot. Unless he's aiming at something else, of course. So Doris says that Doris Petsas, Nicosia is disgustingly sunny and warm. Thanks for the feedback, mate. I'm glad you're enjoying the show. I definitely like a bit of your weather. I mean, I'm not badly served. Sun is out here, but you know what? It's not t-shirt and flip-flops. Mind you, to be fair, it's seldom that down at Newcastle. Rest ourselves on the freight park. We'll have a quick look-see. Colin Lee's Hearts 735, newbie to the channel. Welcome, mate. Thanks for the kind feedback. Have I ever tried going over to Ingliston, where all the car hires are parked? Great view from there. Yes, I have streamed from there before, and if they'd been operating the 06 end, that's where this show would have been from. There's the mound, isn't there, at the far end there? Although I've had a mixed signal experience previously. So generally I favour this side, as long as they're arriving from the east. I quite like the hills in the background, but you're right, it is a good view there as well. I quite like it on the mound as well, so that we did a test stream from there back in November or thereabouts, and we encountered some pretty chunky signal problems. So we had to retreat from the mound and went from the car parky bits in front of the showground, the Edinburgh showground, and we had a great time. But up on the mound, after we'd done our test, we went back to take some pictures, and you get some real good close-ups. Tony says, make sure the Aberdeen one is a changeover day. Oh, top tip, mate. Do you know what the changeover day tends to be? I'll hold on to that thought come what may. Right, somebody's on finals, so thank you for staying with me, folks. But yeah, do let me know in the chat, Tony, if you've got a lead on that, because intel is everything in this game, isn't it? Because I right fancy that. So this should be the Saab 340. I'm just going to pull us round ready. Bit of Saab action. I'm thinking EasyJet can't be far behind. I found myself momentarily visualising all those helicopters. Yeah, EasyJet, the incoming Krakow flight, is tucked in behind our Saab. So, thanks for sticking with me. I hope you've got your brews in front of you now. Couple of arrivals inbound. Quick check on the battery situation. Hang on a minute. Just consumption rates just a bit higher today than I'm expecting. Still, I only need to eke the electric out for another hour and a half. while that's recovering, let's find our EasyJet. And if everything syncs up correctly, we might be able to go back to the Saab. Sounds like British Airways are about to push back. And I do declare, the wind is starting to pick up. It'd be a stretch to call it windy. I was struck by one of the advertising thumbnails for a stream at the weekend that I got 20-mile-an-hour winds in the title, and I kind of thought, certainly Newcastle, I think every show's at least 20. It's slightly flippant, of course. But no, it's picking up, and I think it's moving around slightly as well. Catch a snatched glance of the Saab, just a tad too quick. Well, that's interesting, Tony, because I know the stream you're on about, because originally today's stream was going to be Saturday. So when I was doing Glasgow on Sunday, my original plan was to be here Saturday. Then I discovered the streamer you're talking about he'd already got his thumbnail out, and I could see little value him and I standing on the same tufts of grass filming the action from here. So I thought I'll pivot to the Monday for Edinburgh, because I quite fancied a weekday show anyway, and of course I didn't pursue the Glasgow thing in the end anyway. But I realised that other streamer went back to Aberdeen on the Saturday, so clearly that was a surprise for him. There's no real rush here. I'll tell you what, folks, it's gone markedly colder. Alibi 58. I don't know what it is where you are. You're not that far away, are you? And Les Donaldson, but I'm definitely colder now. I think the beanie's coming on. Sun's kind of moved out of problem territory. In fact, blow it, folks. I'm just going to leave the camera where it is. I'm just beaning up. Right, I'm back in my beanie. So hopefully this won't be dallying, despite the initial appearance. You're gonna have to forgive me, folks, I need to blow my hooter. But I'll take the shotgun mic back off. There you go. You'll not be quite so troubled with the acoustics. Oh. And I'm back. So our Scandinavian Airlines arrival, our A320, is over the Firth of Forth. Apologies if that's been shouted in the chat. Alibi, as I spoke, you were typing. Synergis, and I've got eyesight on it now. So action imminent, folks. One landing, one takeoff consecutive. And I can hear something else in the background. Sounds like it's starting up as well. So I'll move the camera in a second. Just have a quick look see in the chat. Mikey D, the good thing is, mate, we'll be back for the A380 now the fuss has died down, because Glasgow is somewhere that we will be returning to on a more regular basis. Mainly Newcastle and Edinburgh for us, but I think we'll have Glasgow batting at 3, particularly during the summer season. And of course we like to get out and about elsewhere. So our next away trip proper is going to be Saturday the 8th of April. We'll not put the announcement out yet in terms of the venue, but the airline tickets are booked. So as always, very excited about that. I think my pocket warmers are at the point of expiry now. I complained about that on Saturday, but the weird thing was they got hot again by the time I got home. Anyway, here we go. Oslo incoming. Well, that was nicely done. So let's go and find our British Airways departure before I forget about it. Shortly to be lining up. Stan Johnston, hello my friend. Don't think we've said hello in the stream before, so hi mate, thanks for joining us. Mod team, do us a favour, what's the light count at the minute? Because I'm still frozen at 114. My tablet's just not helping me today. Well, that's a nice shot in the background, isn't it? You know the bird patrol chap? I think the birds are following him sort of anti-clockwise around the airfield. Because just to the left of the plane you're looking at the minute, there's a load reappeared. catch our SAS C20 turning off. That's unusual. They don't tend to come out in this. Oh no, ignore me. He's carrying on. So they usually go around the back. I've gone to Beanie for thermal properties, and I think I'm going to have to go back to the cap again. Glare's pretty formidable. Well, you'd expect that, wouldn't you, this time of day? Thanks, EDC Metal Man. It's a Neo, is it? Yeah, I'm just going to transition, folks, back to my peak cap. Bear with me. Here we go. Alibi, I'd sing that song if I knew it, but I can't get the tune in my head. I'm sure I'd recognise it. I can hear something above me. So let's track outwards, catch our EasyJet departure. So this plane should be off to Geneva. Mikey D, thank you so much, mate. Ryanair from Stansted on finals. Out over the Firth of Forth. I've not got visual yet, mate, but it can only be a matter of seconds. So we're bearing down on the double century. The magic 200 likes, folks. I mean, I'd never ask you to like if you don't like it, but I'm hoping that as you're taking the time out of your day to watch, that it's worth a like. It just helps us so much with YouTube. Carl Shield, that's because I've taken the shotgun mic off. So welcome back, mate. We were picking up electronic interference, so periodically I've been unclipping it. So it's that pesky mobile tower that we were talking about earlier in the stream. So I'm back in at the minute, and you can probably hear some faint warbling. So yeah, the sound difference is between the shotgun mic and the camcorder's internal mic. So it's never quite as good without the shotgun, but it finds the tower, the mobile tower that is, not the airfield control tower. Anyway, welcome back, buddy. So let's find our Ryanair incoming. By the look of it though, this Geneva plane is going first, so let's stay here. Right, as we wave that one off. Here's our Stansted arrival. I won't chase it just yet. I sort of, what do you call that, windbreaks. A Baco foil windbreak. Or perhaps an umbrella that's foil lined. Although I'd need someone to hold it. Otherwise the next thing you know, you'll see my brolly blowing around on the airfield. And airside ops getting pretty raggy. Right, so my camcorder is telling me 30 minutes left. I've got another battery to change to, folks. Although I need to check it's charging merrily. As soon as we put this plane down, I'll have a quick check. Quickly take a look, folks, at my charging spare battery. The sounds you hear are Mark fiddling around in his magic box of tricks. Okay. So basically I need to rustle up enough electricity for what, an hour and 10 minutes. Sounds doable. Jonathan Young, just seen your post all the way from Gran Canaria. Folks who might not know, that's where Jonathan is at the minute. Good stuff, mate. 2 hours in the sun, in the bar, tuning into the stream. That's living, definitely. Hopefully with a glass of something refreshing. Oh dear, what kind of temperatures you got? Obviously hot, but I'm kind of wondering how hot. Kind of like living vicariously when I'm freezing cold. Because weirdly, I was saying earlier that with the sun it was quite pleasant, but I think the last hour has started to feel markedly colder, despite the fact that there's hardly a cloud in the sky and the sun is pretty much overhead, as you can see from that shiny fuselage in front of you. Webbo, good afternoon, mate. Welcome to the stream, just spotted you in the chat. Dopey Gorp, thanks for the heads up. Our Dreamliner, the Qatari Dreamliner, 30 minutes out. And that's me with 27 minutes battery on this battery. I can hear the sound of, I'm going to say, a Saab 340. So something's going to hove into view in a minute. So probably going to be judicious to change the battery slightly ahead of our Dreamliner. No, it's not a Saab 340. What do I know? Painfully little. ATR 72. They're not even the same sounding, are they? Different notes entirely. The West Spotter. Hello, my friend, and thank you so much for your kind feedback. Glad you found us and glad you're enjoying us. If you hit that notification bell, you'll be able to hook up with us next time we're out. Next stream's actually Newcastle on Saturday. But it'd be great to have you with us. We try and get around a bit, but Newcastle and Edinburgh are our two regular patches. Oh, I've just spotted we're over the 200. 206, thanks Alibi. Top stuff. David Madonna, I bet you can't wait, mate. Stop at Doha and then on to Oz. That's definitely living. Jonathan says 27 degrees in Gran Canaria, 29 by Wednesday. Oh dear. It's funny, you know, but I thought that might warm me up psychologically, but now I'm feeling even colder. So folks, I was just checking my screen because I think our Scandinavian Airlines A320 is just about to push back. See, we're hazing like that, you think it was 29 degrees here. E-ground ops are opening up at those birds, aren't they? I think they've got plenty of shells. Yeah, they've got plenty of shells. So the plane you're watching is transponding, which is good. Dopey Gorp, I don't know how you pull it all in, mate. I really don't. That is multitasking at a professional level. Unlike my cumbersome attempts to multitask. I'm envious, buddy. Let's just pan the camera while we wait for the 320 to push back. As soon as it starts rolling, I'll be straight back to it. Just having a quick look see in the chat. Thanks Ken, next departure. Oh, we're just moving past that one, sorry, catching up with the chat. Yeah, Ken, you are right. Top-notch viewers on this show. Some class people on the stream. So thanks for joining. Anyone that is fresh to plain sailing aviation, I'm Mark, your host, so welcome. On air till electricity permitting, 13:35. So thank you for taking the time to join the show. So hopefully now you've found us, you'll want to watch us again. Sorry you've got a pause in play at the minute. Whenever I lay a stream on, unless it's somewhere like Heathrow where the traffic's, or Amsterdam the other week, I always have a quick look at traffic density. And I wasn't really expecting a significant gap today. But hey ho, that's the perils of outside broadcast. It's a regional airport, although I think Edinburgh's bigger than a regional airport. David McDonough, business class. Now that really is living. And I speak as someone who's never travelled business or first. It was always on my list of bucket list things to try something like that. May yet happen. Trouble is, my bucket list is getting longer and longer. But that's, I suppose, a healthy problem to have. West Spotter, when is the WestJet Calgary inaugural? Be nice to know, mate, because quite possibly. I know WestJet operate from here during the summer because we've seen them before here. But yeah, if you can let us know in the chat, buddy, I'll pencil it in. Riyad Itani, hello my friend, from Beirut, Lebanon. Well, thank you Riyad for joining. Grateful for you accompanying us for today's show. Caught us at a slight pause at the minute. The plane you're looking at should be pushing back imminently. I have no waking clue what's going on there. So let's just pan the camera around. So I'm guessing it's hot and sunny in Beirut. It's sunny, not hot here. Carl Shield, you're going business to America, are you? Nice touch. 17th of May, thanks West Spotter. We will scope something out on that. If we can do it, I'd be keen to do it. Or Tony, I'd like both, mate. I think sometimes it's a bit like the experience. Obviously Concorde's not been in the sky for some time, but I always said to myself, when I retire, and this is when Concorde was in service, I'm going to treat myself to a flight on Concorde. And at the end of the day, you could again make the argument, is it about the destination? I mean, you're going to be there pretty quickly on Concorde. Anyway, it never happened. I mean, obviously the plane went out of service, and whether I'd have the cash or the will to spend on that bucket list thing, I don't know. It's a good point you make though. I mean, as I've often said on this show, Mark's fantasy in terms of lottery wins is to buy himself a nice little bizjet and circumnavigate the globe. Obviously not flying it myself. I think I'd find that most agreeable. Like everyone's on the lunch. Anthony, hello my friend. A380 just flown over your house in Sunderland. Sadly, Anth, it's not going to be stopping here. Stuart Liptrot. Hello, my friend. Right, let's pan around a bit further. Just hope we're not missing something snugged in the background. So sorry folks, you've got a small pause in play. Pentland Hills in the background. For those who've not seen them on today's show, I know there's a few people who've joined recently. But just to give you the backdrop, single runway here. And just for those who've yet to see behind me, the old Bird Patrol's on its next lap. There we go. Anyway, behind my position is the River Almond, which was the source of some flooding which affected operations at the turn of the year. It's hard to imagine, isn't it, when you look at the drop between the camera position and where the water is, but so it did. And the pesky radio mast is causing me so much grief, although the signal's quality be there. Anyway, bit of a random tour. Come on, SAS. Who dares wins? Ah, Tony. I think I'd take the chances with that champagne. But you're right, you can feel a bit second best afterwards, can't you? It's one of those, for me anyway, in the moment drinks. But whenever anything good happens in my life, be it the birth of my son, getting married, you know, you name it, promotion at work, always a bottle of champagne moment. You see, David Madonna, I think it would give me a great sleep, but I'd wake up feeling ragged. Hello, David Bone. Subscribed, and you're up the road from sunny Aberdeen. David, welcome to the channel, and thank you for subscribing. Bird Patrol opening up again. They really are after those birds. We were talking about Aberdeen earlier on in the show. And our desirability of running a live stream from there. Definitely going to be doing that in the summer. Well, when I say summer, really late spring, May, June time. Not as hardy as you Aberdeen folks. It's a bit too cold for me at the minute. Riyad Itani says it's sunny but windy in Beirut. Well, I suppose it's not too bad then, is it? As long as the winds are not too strong. Looking at the poor souls in America with those tornadoes over the weekend. Paul Usher, hello my friend, welcome back. Great to have you. We are literally awaiting, I can see our next arrival. It's in my line of sight. And that will be a Ryanair 737 from Knock. So let's start the camera moving. Hopefully SAS will oblige us by the time this incoming flight lands. 15 minutes on the camcorder, that's a note to self. Another battery change moment. Just need to squeak every last minute out of this one because it's going to be nip and tuck. I think since we swapped over to our new hardware, we've been really blessed with long battery life. The Amsterdam streams will be case in point, but I think the cold temperatures here today have probably increased the drain. Stan Johnston, the raiding party's over, is it? All the swag back to Oslo. Good stuff. David, trust me, we are going to be doing it. We were talking about the changeover day there with the riggers, and just trying to think, did Tony McCall say Thursday looked good on match stream? Do you have any intel for us there on busiest day? Because it's the kind of thing that really does, obviously I want to bring you action, not pauses. So any intel, mate, post it in the chat. Right, Ryanair are now on finals over the Firth of Forth. Twinkling in the eye. And indeed the sky. Did say it was a twinkling. Could be a UFO at the minute. It's funny, but a minute or so ago it was shown more clearly than it is now. Anyway, proof positive, something's coming in. Thing is, Mikey D, I think it's quite nice to have a bit of a change of stuff. I do take your point that, you know, it's not everybody's cup of tea. It's like when we do Newcastle, we have the regular commercial airline traffic, but as regulars of the show will know, it's punctuated with the odd bit of chopper action, and indeed the tiddlers, the light aircraft that are based at the flying school and flying club there. Kind of horses for courses, isn't it? I mean, some people aren't so keen on turboprops. To be honest, I also fancy the backdrop at Aberdeen as well. Right, looks like the digger patrol's finished for the day, or for lunch. That's the noise you can hear in the foreground. See somebody else on finals. Can't but help wondering where the Dreamliner is in the procession. Was running early. Donald McIntyre, I love the radio tower, buddy. In terms of the signal it gives me, it just gives me a little bit of background interference. Can't have it all, can you? I know. So, what have we got next in? Well, thanks, Dopey Gorp. Our Qatari 787 is just flying over Newcastle at the minute. We have a KLM 737 in from Amsterdam on finals. So looking good, Houston. In fact, let's go to that now. As I do love a good KLM. park this one for a minute. Janelle, welcome back. Deborah Speller, I can just imagine. We were live streaming from Newcastle during Storm Otto. Folks can remember that particular storm, and we had 2 or 3 go-arounds, and certainly if I think about it, the Aer Lingus ATR 72 got down second time of asking, but the pilot was using some high-level skills, no question. You can only imagine what it actually felt like on board. Not for the faint-hearted, I'm thinking. Back to the chat. Inda Sumarajadi. Sorry, my friend, I can't speak Indonesian. Welcome to the chat. If you're able to use Google Translate, of course that depends if you understand English. Sorry if I don't mean to sound patronising. But welcome, my friend, welcome to the show. We have a number of followers from Indonesia, and it's always a pleasure to have you with us. I was looking up on our nationalities chart in terms of viewership, and I think Indonesia was 5th or 6th. Moves around a little bit, but nevertheless, we've got a great fan base out there. So hi, one and all. Right, let's go to our fast taxi in KLM. I'm going to go to a battery change after this, folks, I think. Slightly anxious now, wondering how much charge has been processed. One thing at a time. Doesn't that look a serene sight? Jonathan Young, have to agree, mate. At the time that KLM decide they want to change that, they're going to have to think pretty carefully. Right, I can see somebody on finals. Let's see if it's shouted in the chat. Flight radar frozen. Incoming Ryanair from Alicante will be our next landing, a matter of a couple of minutes out. I'm just going to leave the camera languishing on this very stylish KLM. My bias entirely declared there, I think. Thanks, Alibi. I think my chat feed stutters a little bit. Four minutes on the camcorder. I am going to have to square up to changing the battery. Now folks, I'm going to say this now as a disclaimer. When we do change the battery, Obviously you're going to lose me for a small number of minutes. The only thing I'm not certain of is how much charge is in the incoming battery, because it's the one I started the show with. I'm basically charging it off a power bank. Now there is a theoretical risk that I'm going to be a bit short on power. The old ticker's pumping a bit at the minute. I think I'll just concentrate on this Alicante plane for a start. All I need is about 40 minutes. Oh, so I've got the red light flash up now, so let's get this down on the deck. So if you lose me immediately, don't worry folks, it's a battery change. If I can't get back in, I'll have to post in the chat so you know what's happening. Here goes nothing. Power off. I don't know if you caught that jubilation from me. I've got about an hour and 31 on this battery. So reduced to show end folks. Dear me. I shouldn't be surprised, should I? But I really didn't think power consumption would be an issue today. Our new setup is pretty light on power, but cold temperatures always drain the battery, don't they? In fact, I've just remembered something else I need to put on charge. Let's just trap this one back in and then I'll plug something else in. As Nell W, one of our moderators who met me at Amsterdam last weekend, would reflect, the setup's basically in a Tupperware box. Not a very big box. So I'm just going to put the camera on hold there, folks. Right, we're looking good on the juice front. Everything that needs juice has got it. Hope you guys and girls are all staying hydrated. It is the lunch break and all that. Power tie 08. Hello my friend, I don't think I've said hi in the chat. If I have, I'm just being forgetful. Put that down to my 57 years. Ken Alloway, thanks buddy. It's a 7878 today, is it? 10 minutes out, standing by. Kind of makes you wonder whether our SAS is going to depart. I'm just going to put the shotgun light back on. I'm going to take it back out. I might just slide it back in for the Dreamliner's arrival. Right. I'm just going to have a quick drink of water. and I've managed to locate the final snack that I'd left out. I've got my lunch in the car for when the stream finishes, but sorry about the rustling, folks. Don't want to be like, you know when you go to the pictures and someone sits behind you with a bag of crisps? Don't want it to be that. Alibi, I've just seen your comment about the spamming. Feel free to, can't remember what the term is, but there is something where you can give him time out from the chat. It's unfortunate because I suspect the poor chap doesn't understand what we're saying, but it's, yeah, I mean, to be honest, etiquette is to chat in English as much as possible anyway. I'm not pedantic about that point. But it can't be much fun if you're not able to interact with other people anyway, can it? So, Donald McIntyre? I don't know, it's interesting. I mean, where I'm standing, people who spot here will know what I'm talking about. I'm Kirkliston side of the airfield. So the River Almond is to my back. So you'd pretty much recognise where I am from how I line up. So where the camera, that's straight ahead, so the tower's a little bit offset to the right, river's directly to my back. It's like a raised embankment. I can see a couple of other plane spotters further down. I think it's quite a popular place actually, usually busier at the weekend. And then over the far side, in fact let's just take the camera around. Now I'm squinting a bit, so I might not be able to describe what I'm seeing properly. So you see where those cars are all dotted there? There's a load of parking along there. I've streamed from there before, and that's quite good. That's when they're operating ops in the other direction, 06. And then there's a mound, which is a mecca for photographers, and if you can get a signal, it's pretty good. Further down, let's have a look. About there. It's going to be too blurry here. Last time I tried to stream from there, I struggled signal wise. Although to be fair, we've changed quite a few things based on learning as live streamers, and we've got a lot more signal resilience now, so I'm pretty confident if we have to go there again, it'll be okay. Now I can see a dot on the horizon. I'm mindful our Dreamliner, oh no, Alibi's just put me straight, EasyJet from Bristol on finals. It's a mere speck here, Alibi, but cheers mate. So that'll be a baby bus pursued by a Dreamliner. So hold on to your hats folks, action pending. Thanks Alibi. Ingleston, yes. That's it, Ingleston. I think that's the really good thing about this place. Regardless of which way the ops are going, there's good views to be had. Mikey D has seen the Doha belly outside his window. Well, while we await our Dreamliner, let's have a bit of EasyJet. Bit of baby bus action. So, we enter the last 35 minutes or so of the show. So, thank you for gracing us with your support, folks. And I'm going to say it again because it's no small commitment. Our really excellent moderators, Alibi58, Ken Alloway, and Dopey Gorp, who is juggling all kinds of things to be in and out and moderating and doing other stuff, work and so forth. First rate. It really is a good paper round, isn't it, folks? Moderating, it's no easy thing. Oh, is that a Dreamliner back of the shot? I think it is. Just turning on to finals. Nicely done, pilot. Right, Dreamliner inbound. The Doha Express is about to arrive. Thanks, Dan Johnston. Quite enjoyed that myself. You're right, Ken, it's definitely a plane spotter's day today. Oh, and I can't believe it. Dreamliners notwithstanding, we've also got our long-awaited SAS departure to Oslo. Let's get a nice side-on shot. Dreamliner is bearing down on us fast. I'm going to try the shotgun mic for that one, folks. The warbling always starts at a very low level anyway, but I figure it might be worth the benefit of getting the extra sound recording. Mark Salt, good afternoon to you. First time with the stream, how often? At least weekly, Mark. That'll be Newcastle next out for us on Saturday, 1st of April. But more frequently as we move into the summer period. So thanks for joining us. Make sure you hit that notification bell, mate, and then you won't miss any notifications we put out, because we might do a midweek pop-up stream from Newcastle midweek. Now the clocks have moved forward, kind of gives us a potential window if there's enough action to show you. If there's not, I won't stream. Ken, it's a good point you make about the star of the show. It really depends where you put the Dreamliner next to the 757 and the 76, but it's right up there, isn't it? But yes, Mark Salt, it'd be glad to keep you with us, mate. Certainly our pleasure to bring you this action. Dreamliner inbound, living the dream. Yeah, just a bit of a speck. I'll not chase it because we'll definitely get a bit hazing at the minute. I bet it can't be more than 3 or 4 degrees. Oh, I can see somebody else on finals as well. See if I bring it in a bit, share you what I have. No, it's probably on the screen too difficult to see. Just above the radio mast. Might see it now, middle of the screen. Anyway, Dreamliner it is. Those iconic wings. Sorry folks, that was me attempting to get my mic in. It was all talk really. I said I was going to do it and then didn't. Fairly confident he's going long. Pick that one up in a bit. So I can see a bevy of action. Not sure in what order these go. So we've got Ryanair here, batting at 3 on the departure list. I think this SAS 320 is going to go second. Oh, hang on, EasyJet have intersected as well. We've got 4 departures folks in quick order and somebody else on finals. So stay with us. Plain Sailing Aviation, lunchtime now. What better way to do lunch than with us at Edinburgh. Ali, bye, thanks buddy. That is Ryanair from Barcelona on finals. So I'll cut away imminently. Cheers for the heads up on that, buddy. Sorry folks, I'm just confirming where this plane was going. Mallorca, I think. So we're definitely in for a rash of outgoers, I think. Just checking where our Dreamliner is. It had indeed gone long, so hopefully we'll be able to pick a bit of taxi action up. I think you're going to get a bit of train action in a minute if you look carefully in the shot. Let's see. There you go. Right, incoming action folks, stand by. So I can see numbers are ticking up in terms of viewers, so anybody that I've not said hi to in the chat, hi, I'm Mark, your host for Plain Sailing Aviation, so thanks for joining us. I'm going to be on till at least 13:35, longer if there's a demand for it, and our moderators are not too exhausted. Have 3 in action today. Dreamliner. I'll keep a watch on the outgoing traffic, of which there's 3 lined up at the minute. So our Mallorca bound plane is just nosing out to line up. That inbound flight has just cleared, so let's go straight to the seat of the action. See somebody else on finals. It's a mere speck, but the way the sun's glinting, probably an EasyJet. I'll rely on our skillful moderators to put me straight on that one. lively there, folks. Just toggled off balance. Trying to watch the Dreamliner out the corner of my eye. Willing it not to move too fast. Off again. So you've got that annoying electronic warble. Thanks Alibi, EasyJet A320 from Venice on finals. I can see it, Alibi, glistening away in the sky. So on air today till 13:35, hoping to get the Delta 767 departure, but we may extend a little bit longer if that's what folks want. Review a LED channel. If I've got electricity in my equipment, I'll run it if there's something to show you. Mikey D, been a pleasure, buddy. Look forward to you joining us next time out. Remember, Saturday is our next official one, but if you hit the notification bell, if we pop up midweek, you'll have the option. That's what it's all about, really, isn't it? Lots of choices out there, but we'd love to have you with us. Been a pleasure. Margaret McKenna, goodbye to you as well. Thanks for your staunch support. Thank you so much. Hope to catch you next time out as well. Won't be the same without you, you know that. Right, back to the EasyJet. Caught a bit of a breeze there, I think. Next out the blocks, it's the SAS. Or more pertinently, Scandinavian Airlines with the A320. Just lining itself up. So let's have a quick look, see what's occurring in terms of movements. So next in line after this departure will be a Ryanair off to Stansted, or London Stansted. There we go, showtime. Went up pretty smartly. Not imagining there was a lot of people on that one. Rightly or wrongly. Oh, Bird Patrol's been terrorising the locals. There you go. He's going to have to send out for some more ammunition at this rate. Right, let's move on to this Stansted flight. So rest assured folks, despite the sounds, no one's shooting at me. Not that it's not deserved. Very good, Stan Johnston. Very good. Alistair McLeod, welcome to the show, my friend. Watching incoming over the Forth while having lunch. Loving the stream. I think I'm loving your view actually, mate, as well. I was musing on stopping over that way to do a bit of filming after the show or before the show next time I'm up, just to catch a different, line of action, if you will. Did something similar at Newcastle for our live stream on Saturday, where we showed some footage of the approach to the airport. And let's be honest, the Forth is pretty stunning, isn't it? Look around. I'm just going to leave the camera there, folks. We'll have a quick look in on the chat. Ken, yeah, I do take cover. I really do. Thank you, Donald McIntyre. We will definitely be in Aberdeen, mate. You can hang out on that. Dopey Gorp, mate, you've just been stellar. You've got a day job to do and stuff as well. And, thanks so much. Top modding and top commitment, so thanks, buddy. Really appreciated. Oops. I'm thinking KLM can't be far off going back out. Not sure if they're bleeping yet. Being nosy. Great thing about airports, particularly if you've got a terminal facing view, is there's always something to look at. It's one of the reasons why I like this spot. With this spot you've always got the terminal, haven't you? Just occasionally though it takes my eye away from the action, which is not really what you expect, is it? But I am only human. To be fair, Stan, my last landing at Newcastle was pretty bumpy. It was KLM. I know people often characterise Ryanair as a bit lively, but quick, came down with a proper thump. whereas when we landed at Schiphol it felt certainly like a proper butter landing. Certainly appreciated by me. My back doesn't need much of an excuse to start playing me up. Alistair McLeod, been a pleasure, mate. Hope to see you next time out, but do take care. Oh, and good luck with your dissertation, before I forget. Don't know how far through you are with that, but I can recollect from my boy's time at uni, it was certainly keeping him pretty preoccupied. And something's twinkling on the horizon, so what's the chat telling me? Thanks, Alibi. British Airways A320 from Heathrow on finals. I can cheerfully confirm it is. I'm thinking that the Logan Air Saab 340 can't be far off pushing back either. Stan, I didn't want to say. To be fair, I've had some smooth landings at Newcastle recently. Didn't fly during the pandemic. We did a live stream from Dublin back in February, and that was with Ryanair, and that was as smooth as you like. I suppose it depends which bit of tarmac you put it on, doesn't it? Right, from Ryanair to British Airways. As I say, not a cloud in the sky. We'll just wait for that to turn off. Give me a chance to have a look in the chat. Stuart Liptrot advises the Delta 767 is pinging. So stand by, folks. Don't go anywhere. 767 action coming your way. It's due out in about 12 minutes, I think.
Baby girl.
We'll stay with this for the minute. So let's have a look-see. Moderator team, how are we looking on the likes count? My count's still frozen at 114. Just looking at Stan Johnson's comment about Prague. I quite enjoyed, I think it might have been Mac who did a stream from there over the New Year period. Looked quite promising. Certainly doesn't seem to be over visited by streamers. Tell you what, sun's bringing the crowds out now. Crowds is a figurative term, but line of sight I can see about half a dozen people now on the embankment further down from me. Spot on. Sunshine Plains. Of course, the other way to do it would be like our friend Jonathan Young, all the way out there in Gran Canaria, who was last known to be supping a cold one, I think. And some very impressive temperatures. Say 27 degrees centigrade, something of that ilk. See, at least this looks like it could be 27 degrees centigrade, but with none of the risks of sunburn. Wow, wee Charlie Brown, 278. Folks, I'm touched. I mean, you know what I'm going to say next? Could we get to 300 before show? Jesus Christ. Oh, pardon the pun. Thank you, everybody. Been really, really good support. It's like you're all here on the embankment with me. Fantastico. Hey, I'm buzzing. Jim C, good afternoon to you. Liked and subbed. Well, listen, pleasure, my friend. Love it here too. I was saying earlier on in the stream, it's a bit of a drive for me, 2.5 hours ish, depending on how unlucky you are with lorries and stuff. But it's always a pleasure. I never begrudge it because I just love being here. The views are great, the action's enjoyable. See somebody on finals, I must remember that that's also what I'm supposed to be doing. Political bias, you know I'm keen, mate. Mind you, I think you good people are keen too. You know, it's a bit of a team effort, this, isn't it? Let's not kid ourselves. I like to share what I see and my passion, and everybody that's in the chat is clearly passionate about it, aviation as well. We've all got different interests in the same tent. Stuart, thanks for the heads up. Delta on push, I better watch for that because I want to catch as much of that as I can. And Alibi has confirmed that the twinkle that I see at the corner of my eye is a Ryanair from Seville on finals. Cool stuff. 289 on the likes, 11 for 300. Come on folks, and whoever turns it to 300, sing it out in the chat. Take the plaudit. I think the question's directed to Ken, but I'm happy to field. Jim C, Newcastle's home base, but we can consider this home base as well, really. Not quite as home, but next to home. And as we move into the summer, we'll be at Glasgow a bit more frequently. Delta's in view, folks. Da, 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 da. Look at the sun on the back of that, on the top of it. I'm going to put the shotgun mic back in once this one lines up. I think it's worth living with the minor electronic warbling to get the full value out of the engines. Do you know, I've just realised I've become hypnotised by this plane. Forgot about the plane that's on finals. Ooh, one close shave. That would have been a well-deserved telescope. Probably one with extra magnification. Right, better show a bit of discipline. Got a feeling the bird patrol's coming back round again. So, incoming Seville flight. I think they noticed the temperature difference. Quick while before it lines up properly. Right, I'm just going to pop my mic back in.
While I think on, oh hang on a minute, someone to say hello to. Ronan Farity? Sorry, I'm terrible at pronouncing names, Ronan, but welcome to the show, my friend.
Welcome indeed. Tell you what, there's a really pungent smell of rubber. Just going to rest this on the KLM. Right, quick question for Ken and Alibi, my trusty mods. The gentleman from America, from Texas, who super chatted us at the start of the show, can you remind me who it was? My tablet isn't pulling me back to that point. Oh my lord. And 301 likes. Top effort, all of you. Thank you so much. I think that might be our record. I'm just taking the shotgun off for the minute. Yeah, well done, one and all. You own that. And Ken, you're right. What a beautiful noise. So that was our finale plane. Oh, KLM's pushing back. Now I'll take a steer from the chat. I'm still juiced up, so my view is we'll run on a bit longer if that's what the public want. I see somebody on finals, a couple of the planes shifting around here, so I think we're okay for action for a bit. If at the point where it starts to dry up or I run out of electricity, would bring it to a close anyway, but I'm enjoying myself and hopefully you're all enjoying yourselves. 301 likes, wow. Probably won't sleep tonight thinking about that. And I'm not kidding you. So I'll break away in a minute to cover the Mallorcan Jet 2 737 that's inbound. But as you know, I have a KLM fetish. So any executives from KLM that want to comp me some flights to Amsterdam, I'm all ears. Complete with first class upgrade. Can you hear those birds? They really are trying to bring the bird patrol man my way. Say folks, the classic Jet 2 look in the sunshine is just fantastic, isn't it? Let's bring you around without dazzling it. Straight to the KLM. No rush there. I didn't think it was Jeremy. Oh, man. No, I thought, oh, is it Jeremy? It was, that's right. Oh dear, it feels like a long day. You're right, he was from Portland, Oregon, because they were having an after work drink, weren't they? The bar closed. It was midnight there. Was it Jeremy though? Well, I thanked him in stream, so it's not unacknowledged, but I don't know. Just wanted to thank him again when we get to the end. I may have another means of getting that information. Somebody else is on finals. I'm sure who that is, but in the meantime, let's enjoy this departing KLM. Let's centre on Jet 2 parking up. Oh, hang on, no, incoming a bit too quick. Thinking this must be some kind of business jet. Sorry if I've missed it being called in the chat. Is it more likely an Embraer 145 Loganair perhaps? Yeah, let's hear it for Scotland's finest. Sure, the rate of approach was pretty nifty. Went from being a small dot, just a bit bigger, it's a right rate of knots. Good afternoon, Karen Monsoon. Welcome to Edinburgh, plain sailing aviation. One gorgeous day. Paul Diaz, thank you, buddy. Likewise, Colin Lee's Hearts 375, no, 735, give me numbers in the right order. Robert Reed, hello to you in Indiana. I'm guessing it's pretty early o'clock there, hazarding a guess, not being particularly up on my time zones. I have enough trouble with UK time, especially when the clocks have just moved. Bobby Livingsworth, good afternoon to you, sir. As we watch Scotland's finest back to the terminal. Not hanging about, got somewhere to be, no doubt. Well, to be honest, I was expecting that Saab 340 to have gone by now. Not sure what time it's listed. Somebody on finals. It's like we're having a Logan Air convention. ATR 42 from Newquay. The breeze had picked up about an hour and a half ago, but it's faded off again. Isn't that where they've got the spaceport down at Newquay? I think it's the old RAF St Morgan airfield. Just catching up with the chat. Good afternoon, Melon Pan 78. Welcome to the show. Robert Reed says it's 9 AM in Indiana. Is Indiana? Or am I crossing my times earlier than here? To be fair, I've not flown Logan Air either, folks. Although, as covered earlier in the show, I can only claim semi-Scottish status. I think it'd be quite neat to make the last Saab 340 flight. Well, the last one with Logan Air anyway. So, I spy with my little eye, where's our next action coming from? Kind of into that overtime window now, which I'm delighted to be able to do for you. Just want to be able to make sure you've got the action. I'm with you, political bias. Love the noise. Just going to put the shotgun mic in actually again. See if the warble stays away. I think it's more when I pan to the left that it picks the tower up. Got that for a scene. Quite lovely. Hans D, welcome back my friend. I know I've said hello to you before, all the way out there in Wisconsin. I'm not quite sure of the extent of the tornadoes that you guys have had over in America, but hopefully that's not been troubling your part of the world. See something, another turboprop on finals. Let's have a look, see. So Ryanair pushing back, and what have we got? Loganair. It's our turboprop convention sponsored by Loganair. So back to the other end of the runway. Just in time to catch a train. And there you are. Bit of a dot at the minute, so I'm just going to fix the camera for a second. Crikey, somebody's as happy as I feel. It's a school trip here actually. Like a group of, I'm thinking junior school children, enjoying the sights and sounds. Once you get bitten by this plane spotting bug, that's it, isn't it? I think it's definitely a Marmite pastime. So, stand by folks. Pick that one up in a minute. In the meantime, I think this is our next mover. I think. So I have a hunch, entirely informed by the icon I've clicked on flight radar, that this one is off to Hamburg. And max 8200, no less. So let's just go back to the chat. Do you know, Alibi, I'm going to have to bring my chair in closer and sit down. 100 new subscribers. Fantastic. Well, thank you everybody that joined us, everybody that's watched us, and most particularly you fabulous three moderators today. Yourself, Alibi58, Ken Alloway and Dopey Gore. Fantastic. That is a proper wow moment, folks. In fact, I need to get some composure back. I'm sure you do this to see what the effects are. Oops. Heads all over the place. Now the question I was going to pose to yourself and Ken, because we're on overtime now, aren't we, so to speak, are you okay if I run the show over on a bit longer? We've still got over 300 people watching according to my screen. I don't know if that's accurate or not, and seems rude not to stream if people want to watch the action. The caveat is there is action to show you, but it looks like I've got a couple of departures shaping up at the minute. I can't see out of the other side of my head what might be incoming. But yeah, if yourself and Ken are good on the modding front, I'm good on the camera front. 100. I'm absolutely staggered. Do you know what? The journey down the A1, I'm going to have to watch for those speed cameras, aren't I? I'm high on euphoria. Company Tony has been a bit mixed. Around half an hour ago there was a good half a dozen plane spotters who I think originally assembled to catch the Dreamliner and then stuck on for the 767. They've all gone. The voices you heard I think is a school trip. I can see, or I could see, I don't know where they've gone now, I don't know, 8 or 9 kids with a couple of adults, all looking very excited at the fence. Just as you should be at the airport, really. Right, so as our ATR-42 retires, Ryanair should move forward to take centre stage. I think British Airways must be due to move soon as well. Yes, of course not that one, and that's not a telescope moment, that was just me resting the camera. It's had a tough shift. There we go, Hamburg. Yeah, the kids have all disappeared. I'll certainly enjoy it if the bird patrol opens up again. I don't think kids get fazed by much these days, but I reckon they're young enough to be startled if some bloke starts loosing off with his shotgun. Oh, you'll probably hear that. Not really another lap of bird patrol. You see, that's before my time, political bias, the observation roof. I used to like the one on the Queen Elizabeth building at Heathrow. I think UK airports, for the right reasons, on the one hand, have probably, I don't know, feels disproportionate now. You stand on the panorama terrace at Amsterdam Schiphol and I don't know, it's just a wondrous experience. Anybody that's on the chat will know that. We've got that Fokker 100 parked up on the veranda, if you want to call it a veranda. Decent views, and of course you've got the proper spotter parks. The one that I was at the Polder Barn, on the other one, which I haven't yet mastered the pronunciation of, begins with B. Ken Alloway, thank you sir for your generous support. Always a generous friend to the channel. Seriously mate, what can I say? That is kind. As I always say, at pains to say for the benefit of anyone that joins us more recently, anything we take in the show only goes on to future trips. It's as transparent as that. I'm retired, so this isn't a second career I'm trying to float or anything like that. Just a passion for watching planes and sharing it. Well, that's a happy scene, isn't it? Turnhouse village in the background, well, hamlet really, which is where the original RAF base name came from, RAF Turnhouse. Stan Johnston, the live ATC is a real mixed bag, isn't it? I mean, some of the streamers have letters from, is it Ofcom, or I think it's Ofcom, basically the operator disclaimer, they actually have ATC in the background under the auspice of being educational for potential pilots. But to be honest, I think it would be way easier for regulators to just say it's fair game. I mean, let's be honest, every airport you ever go to, spotters are there with their scanners. I mean, I think the trouble is in the UK, plane spotters are rather suffered, aren't they? Let's be honest. Whereas Schiphol blew me away, as I've said repeatedly. There's no catch fencing or any of that stuff, you know. All that was between me and the runway was a canal, which, to be honest, I don't know how deep it was, but a Woolworths dinghy would have got me across. Those of you who remember Woolworths will appreciate the sentiment. I'm just trying to figure what's moving next. Somebody's on finals. Naked eye tells me it's an EasyJet, but I can't be sure. David Harradine, look mate, knock it off. I don't know how many times I've seen you ask that question. This ain't the chat for you, buddy. Thanks, Alibi. Nifty modding, buddy. I don't know how many times I've seen that bloke turn up in other people's streams. I don't really want to work our way through his repertoire of questions. Afternoon, Jamie Miller. New viewer, so welcome aboard, buddy. You're hailing from Lanarkshire, and you had the lovely view of the A380 earlier this afternoon. Lovely. Sounds like you're well located. Gotta love a view like that. Yeah, I'm also inclined to agree with Tony McCall. If it's a clear signal, it could add value. I think it adds a bit of sense of action and things happening. Ali, welcome back. Good afternoon to you. Looks like my flight radar's timed out on me. Oh dearie me. So what, time for a quick drink I think. Not anything tasty before folks wonder. Right, I think we'll watch this one down and then take a stock take in terms of imminent action, because if we don't have any prospect of imminent action we might as well come to the end, but equally if there's stuff to show you, I'm game. Still seem to have electrical power in my various systems. I think consumption rates have been helped massively by the fact that the sunshine's been beating down on my box of tricks. It's a bit like putting batteries on the radiator, I suppose. So, what we got? Baby bus. Stansted baby bus. Just going to rest the camera there a minute while the plane exits. See what's lining up to come in. So we have Ryanair returning from Poitiers in France. That's how you pronounce it. So we have an incomer. Just exiting. A couple of planes transponding at the minute. One of those is an outward, Ryanair. So it looks like Ryanair in and out. Clear control. It's endless, isn't it? I mean, we all know the mayhem you can get from a bird strike. You do have a thankless task, don't you? Oh, there's a couple of departures imminent. I see an EasyJet and a Ryanair pushing back. British Airways look like they are boarding, so hopefully they're within the window. We'll track this for the minute. So let's just come off that for the moment. Pick up the EasyJet Berlin flight, which is what you can see towards the right of your screen. Oh, what have I seen here? Political bias. Thank you so much, buddy. A regular friend of the channel. Thank you so much for your kind support. You're a real friend. Thank you so much, buddy. I'm touched now. I'm back to my usual 6s and 7s. Oh, more spotters are turning up, so I'm thinking something else must be coming, maybe. Kevin Nardi, good afternoon to you. Hope you're enjoying the stream. We are towards the back end. We're very much in that overtime phase, but the sun is shining, and whilst I've got things I can show you, and you want to be here, I'll stretch it out a little bit. Just been stellar support today. Over 300 likes, over 100 subscribers. Super chats, just fantastic support. Somebody get some laps of the aerodrome in. So here comes our Ryanair Poitiers plane. So let's have that. Bird in the hand and all that. EasyJet on the move. Stealthily, not troubling anybody's radar, that kind of pace. Stan, thank you so much for joining us. David McDonough, Qatar Dreamliner is boarding. Anyone want to shout out in the chat what time that's due to go? That would be the natural finale plane, wouldn't it? I'm not sure I've got the electrical range for that, but let me know. But yeah, Stan Johnston, been a pleasure, buddy. Melon Pan 78, en route Poitiers to Edinburgh. Retirees with second homes. I don't know. There's bound to be something there. In my head, I just associate it with, you know, various battles with the French back in the Middle Ages or thereabouts. Can't say I've got any other real perception. Ryanair are moving as well to my left, in fact, and my right. Somebody is on finals. Janet, I do not blame you. It's that time of year now, really, isn't it, where you want to get your garden into order for the spring. Can't wait. I've got an allotment as well, well, half an allotment, which I can't wait to get to grips with. Tony McCall says Qatar out at 3 o'clock. I've only got 27 minutes. I'm just looking at the camera. It's flashed up. Sorry people. Feel I've let you down. I don't think there's any amount of blowing on this battery will get me to that point. Oops, somebody else turning in for finals as well. Let's have a think about it. I suppose I could put my... we might have a go at it. I'm going to pop the battery that's laying loose in my box into the power bank, because because I don't think I'm going to need power from the bank for anything else between now and 3 o'clock. It's a bit like an episode of Star Trek, you know, when they channel impulse power and all the rest of it. Right, I'm just going to pop a battery on charged. Right, we'll see how that works out. It's one of those moments where you just roll the dice. I've got 25 on this one. I just need to squeeze 20 minutes out of the battery that I've just put back on charge. I've just taken off charge some other bits. David Harradine. Alright mate, I'll take it in the spirit that you say, but no, that's not the lines for this chap, mate. But if you're here to watch the planes, you're welcome. So we're definitely going to close at 3 o'clock or with the Qatari departure, or if the juice runs out first. Tight to call, with a train in the background. I love that shot, you know. Yeah, this one's going to have to get a wriggle on, because the plane that's on finals is well into finals. As you'll see. Welcome back, folks. Let's just stay with that for a minute, shall we? There is an EasyJet lining up at the minute. 320 by the look of it. The Peacock Strikes Back. Now that's an interesting name. Watching from Falkirk. Great show. Well, it's great to have you with us, the Peacock Strikes Back. Isn't that Les Donaldson's favoured team, Falkirk? Chat regulars. Simon Kirby. What do you mean, oh dear, what's happened? Now I'm asking that question. Oh dear, what's happened? Martin Batchelor. Good morning to you. Good afternoon. Check me out. I'm getting a bit leggy. Good afternoon to you, Martin. Welcome to a sun-drenched Edinburgh International Airport. Our pleasure to be able to show you the action as we look at this outgoing flight to Berlin. So Rainer, if you're still watching in the Lurkers Lounge or catching this on highlights, coming your way, buddy. For the sun. Try and catch a bit of deboarding action while we wait for the next thing that's flying. Somebody's on finals. Well, Martin Batchelor, delighted to have you with us, buddy. You're right about the countryside here. Backdrop's fantastic. It's always an easy decision to come to Edinburgh. Oh, sorry, Peacock Strikes Back. Too much of an assumption there. Who are you a fan of? Oh, and Jonathan Young reports from Gran Canaria. He's back poolside, taking in those rays. Man, I could do with some of that, but I can't say I'm shortchanged with the sunshine here. Alibi, you know what I'm like with timekeeping. World's greatest mods. Quite literally. Oh, my light counter's just clicked up. I've now got 348. Is that what you guys have? It's been frozen on 114 for about the last 2 hours. Jonathan, I hope you've got a cold one close to hand, mate. So for anybody that's just joined, we are hoping to catch the Qatari Dreamliner departure at 3 o'clock. It's going to be tight on time battery wise. My current battery runs out in 18 minutes time, and I've got another one that I'm trying to reheat on recharge, so fingers crossed and all that. Thanks, Simon Kirby. I think it's one of those good days for streaming, really. Signal quality's been bob on, apart from the electrical interference off the mast. Well, Edinburgh's always good value. So British Airways 320 is on arrival, so finals. Words back to front for about the 20th time today. I'll just pull across to that in a jiffy. In fact, let's freshen the view up in between times. Nicely done. Oop, bit of action sneaking out in the form of Ryanair. This one off to Poznan. So as always folks, anyone new to the channel, and there's quite a few new people to us today, so welcome aboard one and all. But please do consider giving us your like and subscribing. Neither cost you anything, and if you're going to go to the trouble of subscribing, if you hit the notification bell, you'll get all the alerts when we publish anything in terms of what we're up to next. All those things help us massively with YouTube and help us continue sharing the action. Well Ken, I entirely agree with you. 400 likes by the end of the show will be majestic, truly majestic. So folks, it's up to you. But yeah, that would be a great way to finish, wouldn't it? Just hoping that Dreamliner goes out bang on time. After the debacle at Schiphol, where the Orange Pride departure, which was our final plane of the show, got replaced on screen by me activating a display timer on my encoder, I'm a bit fidgety about the end of plane finale show, end of show finale. Words back to front again. A couple of startups in the background, not sure who owns them, but we'll take the Poznan flight first. Lovely stuff. British Airways are just turning in here, so let's just track that for a nanosecond. Sure, I've seen something else moving at the corner of my eye, quarter vision. Phil Tovey. Hello my friend. Welcome to the stream. I'm sure I've said hi to you before under the plain sailing handle in other people's streams in time past. But either which way mate, welcome. I'm Mark, host for Plain Sailing Aviation. Jamie Miller, you'll do for me mate. Liked and subscribed, can't ask for more than that. Simon's right, every like does count, the way YouTube operates. Oh, we've got a BA procession. I thought I had concussion for a second because we've got that one there. I saw two BA tail fins. Momentarily disorientated myself. Let's have this one. So this one out, the other one taking its space. "11 minutes on the battery." Thank you, Alibi. Just spotted the message, Ryanair from Faro on finals. I can just make it out as a dim and distant dot, but finals most definitely. Thank you, Karen Monsoon, 375 likes. Do you know what? I thought Ken was veering towards the optimistic, but do you know what? Can we do 25 more likes before the end of the show? Officially that's 3 o'clock, folks, but if you're kind of prevaricating, I've got 10 minutes on this battery, and then however many minutes I've managed to shuffle into the one I put back on charge a short while ago. Trust me, I'm trying to wring the pips out of it. Few chaps now with long lenses. That's got to be for the Dreamliner, hasn't it? So I'm guessing this one's going to get to go before the incoming flights from Faro. Just doesn't feel like there's any urgency. So folks, we build towards the show finale. Thank you for your fabulous support this afternoon. Truly fabulous. What we've got this Ryanair departure, one you can see there, and our Faroes Ryanair imminent. No, they're not AAs, mate. Basically the camcorder's got a big battery which gives you about 3 hours off straight charge, and I've got the smaller version of it which came with the camera standard. So if you run those on their own merits, you're talking about 5 hours or something in that region. And then because we don't need quite as much power as we used to under our previous setup, I usually put the first battery from the stream back on charge, which is the one that you're watching at the minute. Well, I wasn't planning on the overtime, you see. Genuinely, when I set out this morning, not even withstanding overtime, never thought it'd be an issue, but I think the consumption has been influenced by how cold it was to start with. Yeah, it's always in my mind, the batteries. The good thing is I'm spending less time talking about signal these days. Our bonding solution seems to be working nicely. So here we go. This is coming your way, Jonathan Young, if you're still awake, not zedding off in those rays. Gran Canaria, people on there are going to be looking forward to those 29 degrees that you forecasted for Wednesday. The Peacock strikes back. First flight was a 1979 trip, Edinburgh to Alicante. Who was that with? Peacock strikes back. Remember my first flight being with Britannia Airways, 1986, Tenerife. Scratching my head there a little bit. So I was quite late in the scheme of things getting into the sky. Must have been, I don't know, 20-ish or something like that. My very first trip was with the current and only, for the avoidance of doubt, Mrs. Plain Sailing Aviation. Last couple of weeks in Porto de la Cruz. Dan Air, there's a throwback. I was hoping you'd come back with something like that. An airline that's no longer with us. Kind of invokes all that nostalgia, doesn't it? I can hear some ATR action in the background. Supposing it's one of those Logan Air 42s that's probably out of my line of sight. Right, who's on finals? Three minutes on this battery. If you lose me fleetingly, worry not, I'm going to run this right down. We'll take the incoming Ryanair flight. Hopefully I'll catch the Logan Air ATR 42 that's just passing my nose. Fingers crossed, folks. In the event I can't get you back, I'll post in the chat. And I would say a profound and sincere thanks for your great support. Don't know how close we are to 400 likes, but if you get to like, please give us your like, unless you don't like it. And I reckon if you didn't like it, you'd not be here, but either which way, I suppose nothing. Fantastic support, people. Like I say, the plan is to eke it out till the Qatari departure at 3. So we've got a couple of Logan Air departures. See an ERJ 145 teeing up. 2 minutes. I'm going to have to get ready with the change in. We may have to forego this one. Getting battery to hand, Ken. Alibi. I just hope to God there's, what we need, 22 minutes. Simon Kirby. I could do a delivery of AAs, mate. I'll hot wire them in. In Star Trek terms, I am on impulse power. 1 minute on the clock. So battery change as soon as this one goes into the sky. And, well, if it dies before then, I'll be changing the battery. Don't go anywhere. And obviously I'll post in the chat if for some reason I've miscounted. Nice, helpful early rotation. Right folks, here we go. Battery change. Let's find out what this other battery's got. Stand by. People, the new battery's no better off. I'm going to have to bring the show to a close. Let's try and get this ATR 42. Sorry people, I really did try. Thank you so much for your fantastic support. Particular thanks to our moderators, Alibi 58, Ken Alloway. Do enjoy the rest of your anniversary, Ken. I'll try to go to camera at the end, but I don't know, there's no margin. I thought we might have a bit more in this. Thank you to everybody that has super chatted. Alibi and granddaughter Beth, Ken, and political bias, and our friend from Portland, Oregon, whose name eludes me. It seems so long ago, but trust me my friend, I was truly touched and hope to see you back with us, and not just because you've been generous with a tip. Right, so there you go folks. Show's been and gone in a flash. Perhaps my face does look red. I don't think that factor 50 has done me any good. So here's me all peaked up, peak cap. So sorry Nell, it was just too sunny for a woolly hat in the end. Believe me, I've just dropped my battery. Must remember to pick that up. So thank you everybody. It's been absolutely cosmic, and I mean that. Oh, quick check on the likes count. Has that been shouted out? Did we get to the 400? I don't know. I'll enjoy that one later. People, you've been brilliant. Have a great rest of your Monday. And I think the camera's about to die now. It literally says no time left. So thank you everybody. See you Saturday, Newcastle, 7:30 onwards. If we do a pop-up in the week, we'll put it out through a community post. That's me nearly falling down a hole. Thank you everybody again. Stay safe. Bye now. Definitely getting the last out of it. There's next to no chance we'll complete this takeoff. As you can probably see on your screen, I'm getting the change the battery thing. But hey ho, it seems a good note to finish on. See, the stream finished when Mark had got his boots on. He went out with his boots on. Deborah Speller, my pleasure. Alibi 401. Oh, I'm absolutely buzzing, folks. Thank you, each and every one of you. I'd shake your hands individually if I could. Buzzing. Oh my lord. Oh, Mrs. Alloway liked the stream as well. Mrs. Alloway, make sure Ken spends plenty tonight, if he hasn't already, of course. Right, are we going to get all of this, some of it? Remember Saturday, folks, 7:30 onwards till around midday. Newcastle International Airport.